ketersediaan farmasi. Preskripsi, farmakokinetika, bahan alam,
Kalau Malang belum bisa menjadi kota yang nyaman bagi Anda untuk tinggal, setidaknya kelak Anda bisa anggap kota ini sebagai kota perjuangan.
Ilmu ini bukan untuk menjayakan diri, namun ilmu ini kami pergunakan untuk mengharumkan Ibu Pertiwi.
Kami siap memberi manfaat dan menjadi bagian dari penyelesaian masalah.
I love
We love UMM.
dari Muhammadiyah untuk bangsa.
The Great Malang area, which offers cool and comfortable weather, is a perfect location for learning, allowing students to keep growing and developing. Everyone will surely love this city. It is the dream place for all students from various cultures and countries. The University of Muhammadiyah Malang, UMM, is blessed with all sorts of natural splendours. This university is full of achievements. No wonder awards and acknowledgements keep coming from various institutions, both national and international ones. Among others are the highest A-list institutional accreditation from the Indonesian National University Accreditation Body, BANPT, and the award for the leading university from the Department of Higher Education Regional the 7th of East Java, which was achieved 11 times consecutively. In the global level, UMM achievement is also as great. UMM has twice been awarded the Asian Energy Awards in 2009 and 2018. In 2010 to 2011, UMM also achieved 2-star university from the internationally renowned institution. In addition, UMM has also been an associate member of the AUNQA, the Asian University Association. UMM students are highly heterogeneous. They come from all corners of the nation as well as overseas. There are 11 faculties and 57 study programs offered in UMM, starting from the diploma level, undergraduate, graduate to doctoral programs. Among those, 4 of UMM study programs have been internationally accredited and certified by the AUNQA. Some of the list of faculty and study programs in this university are All faculties and study programs are equipped with high-standard laboratories, which are all centrally managed by the UMM Central Laboratory Office. UMM laboratories have achieved the International Standardization Organization (ISO) from the National Accreditation Committee, and so we are qualified to perform laboratory tests for other agencies such as companies or other universities. In addition to academic facilities, UMM also offers many business units which serve as the university income centres. Those business units allow the university to have more sources of income for its operational cost, thus we do not merely depend on the funding generated from the students. We have UMM Dome, UMM Hospital, Sarya Medica Hospital in Samboa, UMM Gas Station, Motorbike and Car Workshop, Micro Hydro Power Plant, UMM Sang Sarya Apartment, UMM Rinjani Credit Bank, UMM Farm Agriculture Production Centre, UMM Sangkaling Recreational Park and UMM Kapel Garden Hotel. All those business units also serve as the applied laboratories in order to boost UMM students' entrepreneurship skills. As an internationally reputable university, UMM is proud to have conducted many international outreach programmes with various academic activities such as seminars, conferences, research projects, as well as student, staff and faculty member exchange programmes with numerous overseas universities and institutions. So far, UMM has established active collaborations with 111 universities, as well as governmental and non-governmental institutions from a total of 31 countries around the world. Among others are UMM students and lecturers embraces creativity and innovation in developing their research and academic works, as well as to perform community service programmes. This enthusiasm for working and innovating has been the main urge for the UMM students of Communication Science major to renovate the slum area of Jodapan to be the colourful neighbourhood area, more commonly known in Indonesia as Kawasan Kampung Warna-Warni, which is renowned internationally, as well as to create the Tempanasor Green Neighbourhood, Kampung Hijau Tempanasaurus, located in Beji village, which is acknowledged by the Indonesian Museum of Record, MURI. On top of that, the robotic team of UMM has 3 times in a row won the International Robotic Competition in the US. UMM is also renowned for its energy independence. For more than a decade, UMM has established its own power plant, the Micro Hydro Power Plant. After gaining success in the university area, this power plant concept was expanded by establishing other micro hydro power plants in Sumba Maroon, Kamrasuku village, Malang Regency, and in the Boon Spring tourism area. This programme has successfully established 4,000 electricity connections in the local resident houses. Success starts from the courage to dream and to move forward for better change. Your steps today determine your roles in the future, to be students and graduates.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas kehadiran dari adik-adik mahasiswa dalam kuliah tamu hari ini. Saya akan membacakan terlebih dahulu tata tertib untuk kuliah tamu pada hari ini. Tolong adik-adik bisa mengikuti aturan yang sudah kami buat agar acara bisa berjalan dengan lancar. Yang pertama, peserta diwajibkan mengganti nama akun Zoom dengan format prodi_angkatan_nama ya saat bergabung di ruang Zoom. Jadi untuk adik-adik yang belum rename nama akun Zoom-nya, tolong disesuaikan dengan format prodi_angkatan_nama. Kemudian yang kedua, peserta wajib menyalakan kamera dan menggunakan background Zoom yang telah disediakan oleh panitia. Background Zoom dapat diakses di email masing-masing yang kemarin digunakan sebagai email untuk pendaftaran kuliah tamu hari ini. Ya, tolong semua diaktifkan kameranya dan dan menggunakan background Zoom yang sudah kami siapkan. Kemudian yang ketiga, peserta dimohon untuk tidak mengaktifkan fitur mikrofon saat kegiatan webinar berlangsung, saat kegiatan kuliah tamu berlangsung, agar kondisi bisa lebih kondusif begitu ya, pemateri lebih lancar dalam kegiatan hari ini. Nanti akan disediakan waktu tersendiri untuk bagi yang ingin bertanya secara langsung, panitia akan bisa mengaktifkan, membantu dalam mengaktifkan mikrofonnya. Kemudian yang keempat, peserta wajib mengikuti acara dari awal hingga akhir sebagai pertimbangan panitia dalam memberikan e-sertifikat ber-SKPI. Ya, jadi nanti akan ada SKPI-nya. Tolong diikuti dari awal sampai akhir. Syarat bagi peserta untuk mendapatkan SKPI yang pertama adalah mengikuti kuliah tamu secara keseluruhan, mulai dari nanti dibuka sampai acara berakhir. Kemudian yang kedua, peserta wajib membuat rangkuman materi kuliah tamu minimal 100 kata. Kemudian yang ketiga, berpartisipasi aktif dalam kegiatan kuliah tamu. Peserta mengisi presensi pada akhir perkuliahan nanti akan kami kirimkan link Google Form-nya di kolom chat Zoom ataupun live chat YouTube saat acara berlangsung. Ya, jadi saat acara berlangsung tolong perhatikan juga chat Zoom dan juga live chat YouTube yang mengikuti acara kuliah tamu ini melewati YouTube. Di situ adik-adik tolong menyertakan screenshot dari kegiatan dan rangkuman kuliah tamu hari ini, gitu ya. Kemudian yang ketujuh, moderator memiliki hak penuh untuk mengatur jalannya webinar. Yang kedelapan, ketika webinar berlangsung, peserta dapat bertanya kepada narasumber dengan mengirimkan pertanyaan lewat chat. Formatnya adalah nama lengkap, underscore prodi, underscore angkatan, underscore pertanyaannya. Contohnya sudah ada di layar, adik-adik bisa mengikuti format yang sudah kami siapkan. Baik itu dikirim melalui chat Zoom yang masuk di Zoom maupun yang live chat YouTube. Kemudian yang kesembilan, bagi peserta dilarang keras menyebarkan link Zoom tanpa izin dari panitia. Kami harap peserta dapat mengikuti acara dengan baik dan khidmat. Acara akan dimulai dengan pembawa acara adalah Ibu Rizka Atmadani. Kepada Ibu Rizka, kami persilakan.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang adalah kampus swasta yang berada di jantung kota Malang. Awal berdiri pada tahun 1964, UMM memiliki 3 kampus utama, yaitu Kampus 1, Kampus 2, dan Kampus 3. Total UMM mempunyai 42 program studi dan salah satunya adalah sarjana farmasi yang terletak di Kampus 2 dan termasuk dalam Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan. Jurusan Farmasi Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang pertama kali didirikan pada tanggal 15 Mei 2006.
Sebagai perguruan tinggi swasta, kami selalu berusaha untuk mengembangkan mutu dan kualitas pendidikan dalam mencetak tenaga farmasis yang profesional. Saat ini, program studi S1 Farmasi telah terakreditasi oleh LAMPTKes dengan status B.
Visi kami adalah menjadi program studi farmasi terkemuka dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan tinggi kefarmasian yang berkeunggulan di bidang farmasi komunitas berbasis pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dan nilai-nilai Islam untuk meningkatkan daya saing bangsa. Kegiatan akademik kami antara lain kuliah bersama dan kuliah pakar. Kegiatan praktikum kami antara lain kimia, sediaan farmasi, preskripsi, farmakokinetika, bahan alam,
Kalau Malang belum bisa menjadi kota yang nyaman bagi Anda untuk tinggal, setidaknya kelak Anda bisa anggap kota ini sebagai kota perjuangan.
Ilmu ini bukan untuk menjayakan diri, namun ilmu ini kami pergunakan untuk mengharumkan Ibu Pertiwi.
Kami siap memberi manfaat dan menjadi bagian dari penyelesaian masalah.
I love UMM.
dari Muhammadiyah untuk bangsa.
The Great Malang area, which offers cool and comfortable weather, is a perfect location for learning, allowing students to keep growing and developing. Everyone will surely love this city. It is the dream place for all students from various cultures and countries. The University of Muhammadiyah Malang, UMM, is blessed with all sorts of natural splendours. This university is full of achievements. No wonder awards and acknowledgements keep coming from various institutions, both national and international ones. Among others are the highest A-list institutional accreditation from the Indonesian National University Accreditation Body, BANPT, and the award for the leading university from the Department of Higher Education Regional the 7th of East Java, which was achieved 11 times consecutively. In the global level, UMM achievement is also as great. UMM has twice been awarded the Asian Energy Awards in 2009 and 2018. In 2010 to 2011, UMM also achieved 2-star university from the internationally renowned institution. In addition, UMM has also been an associate member of the AUNQA, the Asian University Association. UMM students are highly heterogeneous. They come from all corners of the nation as well as overseas. There are 11 faculties and 57 study programs offered in UMM, starting from the diploma level, undergraduate, graduate to doctoral programs. Among those, 4 of UMM study programs have been internationally accredited and certified by the AUNQA. Some of the list of faculty and study programs in this university are all faculties and study programs are equipped with high-standard laboratories, which are all centrally managed by the UMM Central Laboratory Office. UMM laboratories have achieved the International Standardization Organization (ISO) from the National Accreditation Committee, and so we are qualified to perform laboratory tests for other agencies such as companies or other universities. In addition to academic facilities, UMM also offers many business units which serve as the university income centres. Those business units allow the university to have more sources of income for its operational cost, thus we do not merely depend on the funding generated from the students. We have UMM Dome, UMM Hospital, Sarya Medica Hospital in Sumbawa, UMM Gas Station, Motorbike and Car Workshop, Micro Hydro Power Plant, UMM Sang Soya Apartment, UMM Rinjani Credit Bank, UMM Farm Agriculture Production Centre, UMM Sangkaling Recreational Park and UMM Kapel Garden Hotel. All those business units also serve as the applied laboratories in order to boost UMM students' entrepreneurship skills. As an internationally reputable university, UMM is proud to have conducted many international outreach programs with various academic activities such as seminars, conferences, research projects, as well as student, staff and faculty member exchange programs with numerous overseas universities and institutions. So far, UMM has established active collaborations with 111 universities, as well as governmental and non-governmental institutions from a total of 31 countries around the world. Among others are UMM students and lecturers embraces creativity and innovation in developing their research and academic works, as well as to perform community service programs. This enthusiasm for working and innovating has been the main urge for the UMM students of Communication Science major to renovate the slum area of Jodapan to be the colourful neighbourhood area, more commonly known in Indonesia as Kawasan Kampung Warna-Warni, which is renowned internationally, as well as to create the Tempenasor Green Neighbourhood, Kampung Hijau Tempenasaurus, located in Beji village, which is acknowledged by the Indonesian Museum of Record, MURI. On top of that, the robotic team of UMM has 3 times in a row won the International Robotic Competition in the US. UMM is also renowned for its energy independence. For more than a decade, UMM has established its own power plant, the Micro Hydro Power Plant. After gaining success in the university area, this power plant concept was expanded by establishing other micro-hydro power plants in Sumba Maroon, Kamrasuku Village, Malang Regency, and in the Boonspring tourism area. This programme has successfully established 4,000 electricity connections in the local resident houses. Success starts from the courage to dream and to move forward for better change. Your steps today determine your roles in the future, to be students and graduates who are ready to actively work and contribute for the nation. Students today, leaders tomorrow.
Excellencies, students, we cordially invite you to turn on the camera. because in a few minutes, the International Guest Lecture 2021 will proceed in no time. Thank you. Dear students, the committee also provides some door prizes for some students who ask to our two guest lecturers. So stay focused and prepare your question about the topics. Do not forget to fill the attendance form that the committee will share in chat column. All respected ladies and gentlemen, we inform you to turn on your camera and turn off the speaker button for a moment to support the serenity and solemn feel of today's event. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes for all of us. Respectable the head of Pharmacy Department of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Mrs. Dian Ermawati, Magister Pharmacy. Respectable the head of Apothecary Program, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Mrs. Ika Ratna Hidayati, Magister Science. Honorable Professor Chi Wu, PhD from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. Thank you, Professor, for joining us from Taiwan. Honorable Professor Dr. Diah Aryani Perwitasari, Magister Science, PhD from University of Ahmad Dahlan, Yogyakarta. Thank you, Professor, for joining us in this beautiful morning. Honorable all the lecturers in Pharmacy Department and Apothecary Program, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Honorable all the participants, dear students of Pharmacy Department and students of Apothecary Program, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. First of all, let's praise our God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious, the most merciful, the creator and sustainer of the universe, who has bestowed his blessings so that today, Saturday, October 30th, 2021, we can gather in this place in good heart in order to attend International Guest Lecture in Pharmacy 2021. Peace be upon Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who is a role model for mankind at the end of this era. The last messenger of Allah who has guided human life from distraction into right way of Islam. Good morning, all beloved students. My name is Rizka Novia Atmadani, as the host who will organize the event on this occasion. Then before starting the event, I will first convey the arrangement of the event from the beginning to the end. The schedule of events is as follows. First session, speech from Professor Chi Wu, PhD, Professor in Department Clinical Pharmacy in Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. Professor Chi Wu will give lecture about Taiwan pharmaceutical care during pandemic COVID-19 and data from Taiwan Pharmacists Association. The second lecture is from Professor Dr. Diah Aryani Perwitasari, Magister Science, PhD. Professor Diah is a professor in Faculty of Pharmacy in University of Ahmad Dahlan, Yogyakarta. Professor Diah will talk about concept of interprofessional education in higher education pharmacy in Indonesia. Dear beloved student, it is our honor to have the head of Pharmacy Department of UMM, Mrs. Diah Ermawati, Magister Pharmacy, to deliver a speech, and afterward, we would like to request Mrs. Dian to officially open the International Guest Lecture in Pharmacy 2021. Please, Mrs. Dian, time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rizka. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and a pleasure to welcome you all to International Online Pharmacy Guest Lecture 2021. I'd like to extend a special welcome to our international guest lecturer today, especially as it is the first time for Professor Su Wu, PhD from Taipei Medical University, to come online to Muhammadiyah Malang University in Pharmacy Department. It is my sincere hope that we shall be seeing more of you in the future when you will be coming in Malang, perhaps in offline time. And Our second guest lecturer is Professor Dr. Diah Aryani Perwitasari, Magister Science PhD from Ahmad Dahlan University. Thank you for your sharing today to our student. Allow me to welcome you all to my beloved student, around maybe 284 students here representing undergraduate class of 2021, 2019, 2018, and apothecary program class from class 9 and 10. Yeah, today COVID-19 still big issue for us. So we want to learn from Taiwan, from Professor Su, how Taiwan pharmaceutical care during pandemic COVID-19. And of course, we can face it together. So we want to get better patient outcome through collaboration with other professional healthcare. So concept of interprofessional education in higher education pharmacy in Indonesia will be important to will be discussed. So this topic will be delivered by Professor Diah Aryani. To all my beloved students, we are in globalization era, and become student who adaptive with this situation is a must and very important. So skill is very important. Knowledge about pharmacy is also very important. So I hope to all of my students, you can get a lot of information and knowledge about pharmaceutical care during pandemic COVID and how interprofessional collaboration with other health profession from our two speakers today. And also, I hope it can increase your English listening and speaking skill. Finally, I would like saying thank you for Professor Su Hua Wu and Professor Diah Aryani for your sharing today to us, and with saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open this pharmacy guest lecture. I hope this event goes well without trouble in connectivity. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Rizka.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give round of applause for Mrs. Dian Ermawati. What an enlightening speech. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dian Ermawati, the head of pharmacy department. Dear all participants, entering the guest lecture session, we would say welcome on screen Mrs. Naili Shifa, Magister Science PhD, as our moderator today. Please let me introduce Mrs. Naili Shifa, Magister Science PhD, by reading her curriculum vitae. Okay. Name, Mrs. Nelly Shifa, Magister Science PhD. She got her pharmacy bachelor degree in University of Jember in 2008. Then she graduated from apothecary program the same time with her master degree from University of Gajah Mada from 2008 until 2010. Recently, she successfully graduated from Taipei Medical University with title PhD of Clinical Pharmacy. Activity, she is a lecturer in pharmacy department, University of Muhammadiyah Malang since 2011 until present. And recently, she became Vice Dean of Financial and Human Resources Affairs in Health Science Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. So from 2021 until 2025. Her publication, recently, in 2019, Mrs. Nailis published an article in BMC Complementary Medicine and Therapy with title Constructing a Bilingual Website with Validated Database for Herb and Western Medicine Interaction using ginseng, ginkgo, and dongquai as example. In 2020, she published an article in International Journal of Molecular Sciences with title Phosphoproteomics and Bioinformatics Analysis Reveal Key Roles of GSK3 and AKAP4 in mouse sperm capacitation. Well, dear beloved students, Now, we will start our first session on the International Guest Lecture in Pharmacy 2021. Without any further ado, we would like to give the time and screen to Mrs. Nelly Siva, Magister Science, PhD.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Rizka. Dear beloved student, as we are about to begin, please be ready. And before we get started, I have several announcements to make. First, I would like to seek your cooperation in completing the seminar. And second, please turn off your microphone during the seminar presentation. You can turn on your microphone in the discussion section. Okay, thank you for your kind consideration and attention. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, dear beloved students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my pleasure to be a moderator in this seminar. I am Naidi Shiva, and on behalf of School of Pharmacy Committee, I would like to extend a very welcome to all of you. First of all, let me introduce the speaker of this morning. All of them are very knowledgeable and expert in these topics, and we are going to discuss. Welcome, Professor Wu Jehua, and also Professor Tia Aryani Perwitasari, PhD from University of Ahmad Dahlan. Welcome to our forum today. Before the presentation begins, allow us to read the curriculum vitae or CV of the speaker. This is the CV of Professor Wu Jehua, the professor in the Department of Clinical Pharmacy, Taipei Medical University. Her research interest is in biochemistry, in the cataract, infertility, and neurodegenerative disease. And also, her expert also in the TDM or therapeutic drug monitoring and clinical pharmacokinetics in psychiatry and blood disorders. And also, her expert is in pharmaceutical care and management. There are a lot of publications that already published by Professor Wu Jehua. Here are some of the publications in a recent year in the 2021. First is efficacy of N-methyl D-aspartate receptor modulator augmentation in the schizophrenia. This is a meta-analysis of randomized placebo-controlled trial. And the second publication also in 2021 is the relationship between the hyperprolactinemia, metabolic disturbance, and sexual dysfunction in patients with schizophrenia under olanzapine treatment. And also the other publication in 2020 and 21 is visualizing patterns of medication switching among major depressive patients with various stability and difficulty in treatment. So some of her publication is about the psychiatry, especially, and also the other disease. And Professor Wu Jehua, the education in 1991. She graduated from School of Pharmacy in China Medical University in Taiwan. And after that, in 1996, her master's degree is in Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Science in the Boston, in United States. And after that, in 1998, her PhD degree is also in the same faculty in the Boston, Massachusetts College of Pharmacy and Health Science in the United States. Currently, she is a professor in the Taipei Medical University. And as the beloved student know, she is my great teacher when I was studying in the Taipei Medical University. And she's very nice, very expert, and great teacher. So welcome, Professor Wu Zhihua, in this forum. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker, Professor Wu Zhihua, to deliver her presentation. It's about how the pharmacy in the Taiwan. All right, Professor Wu, the time is yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the directors and also Rizka to organize this event. And also thanks for Naris for your introducing my experiences and welcomes. So the following the speech will be represented to Taiwan to share some of our pharmacist wisdom during the COVID-19 combat, and also during the COVID-19. Of course, we still have patients coming into the community pharmacy. So my student who also community pharmacy, so we also have some research during that time, and then we have some story. Today I can also share with the participants. So hope we can grow all together during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the following, I will share my slides. Please give me seconds. Is the slide okay for everybody?
Yes, Professor. The slide
Okay,
is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So according to the communication with the Rizka about the theme of my talk, so the title I will set as here shows the value of pharmacists of community pharmacy during COVID-19 in Taiwan. The outlines of today's talk will be including the briefing of Federation of Taiwan Pharmacists Association, abbreviated as FTPA, and the briefing is communicate myself with President Huang. So we organize the content all together and hope to give a very short but very important information for the students. And the content including the development of pharmacy and pharmaceutical in Taiwan, The second is development of separating prescription and dispensing in Taiwan. And the third is the disadvantage of parallel dispensing system and expectation of integrated dispensing system. And following the part of the briefing, I will support some evidence of pharmacists' contribution during COVID-19 epidemic. And then go to the other parts of the FTPA briefing about the pharmacist contribution during the COVID-19 epidemic and future expectations. Is more like including the comments during the time what we can do more, and followed by those information about the actions of community pharmacy for specific for the COVID-19 epidemic. And I will share the research result about the pharmaceutical care and the outcomes during the times, and also come with some of the issues we need to be improved. And lastly is the President Huang's expectation on cooperation relationship between Taiwan and Indonesia. And although the briefing is prepared specific for these events, and we hope we can continue our friendship and the communication and work together. Okay, so above is today's my talk during the 1 hour contents, and hopefully the time may be shorter or longer. So and also the slides may also contain some Chinese characters. So hope you can understand, and if you need more information, I can explain a little bit more later. So I will start it from the briefing Federation of Taiwan Pharmacists Associations, starting with the development of pharmacy and the pharmaceutical in Taiwan. And those three sections will be related to the history of community pharmacy development specifically. So the content I will share the videos record by the President Huang. So please give me some time to switch to his videos. I'm sorry, I forgot to remind that the record is in Chinese, but we prepared the English translation at the bottom. So to all the participants and students, you may extract the information from the bottom of the English sentences, and hopefully some, I think some of the important information you can extract it.
药师业务范畴也增加了多元，除了贩售保健食品、药物与医疗器材之外，戒烟、卫教、长照都纳入范畴，甚至走入家庭送药到府。然而，回顾医药分业推动过程，步步困难，极为艰辛。早期台湾的医药制度沿袭日据时期的做法，病人在医院或基层诊所就医，就在原处领药。长久下来，民众习以为常，药师的地位也备受无视。但药师工会认为，要守护民众健康与用药安全，势必要仿效欧美医药先进国家实施医药分业，由医生开立处方签，社区药局药师负责调剂，透过专业分工，多一层把关，降低处方签不当、药物交互作用等服药风险。因此，在民国59年颁布药物药商管理法，到民国82年修法成为药事法。这23个年头，尽管当时的立法委员都还不清楚，也不重视药师服务的重要性，药师工会来抵抗来自医生、中医师、西药商、中药商、药剂生等各界压力，积极诉求实施医药分业，最后别无他法，甚至走上街头抗争。民国83年，总统公布药师法102条，规定全民健保，实施2年后，医生只能在无药师执业的边缘地方或医疗急迫情形才能调剂，正式成为台湾医药分业的法源原性。民国84年，正式实施全民健保，药师团体得知政府竟然同意诊所设置调剂处所，破坏单轨制医药分业，倍感震惊，也坚决反对，再次率领社区药局走上街头。这一次是人数最多、气氛最高亢的一次。尽管这样，政府在民国86年正式实施医药分业，乃消极推动，毫无进展。前联会干部因此向主管单位。
And some of the information video already go to the development of separating prescription and dispensing. And you can notice that the President Huang is very worried about some of the situation when he recalled that time, because he spent his all times as a community pharmacy, but also contribute to the society regarding how to promote community pharmacies role in Taiwan. And so he mentioned about how to improve the regulation and such as the law to make sure the prescription release from the hospital. And so he also mentioned that they protest on the street. That means he and all the other senior pharmacists bring all the pharmacists go to the street and to talk to the government. And finally, the Pharmaceutical Affairs Act, that means the regulation and the law was revised in 1990, around 1993, and the really action was implemented, including the health insurance go together was improved in 1997. So the time is not so far away, because when you thinking of 1997, it's about 1 year before I graduate from my PhD degree. And so it's really, the history is not so far away. Okay, so let's continue with the videos. And regarding the separation and the fighting for the prescription releasing will go to for about 4 minutes. And then the next one will go to regarding the disadvantage of the parallel dispensing, which means when we sought the fighting to get the prescription release from the hospital seems to be successful, but in fact we still have some problem because the clinic, the independent clinic physicians doesn't want to follow the regulations. So instead of releasing the prescription from their clinics, they hire pharmacists into their clinics. So that with the situation, we call it as a parallel dispensing system. So now I will continue the videos prepared by the President Huang, and will go to about 5 minutes and 35 seconds.
力争，并在同年的1月15号，药师节庆祝大会邀请前总统李登辉莅临致辞，并承诺在民国86年3月1号定为医药分业的元年，政府部门才开始紧张有所作为，宣布台北市、高雄市实施医药分业，逐步推进，并在民国91年1月才全面实施医药分业，但医药分业到现在还是双轨制，并非单轨制。单轨制，大医院因为有住院及重症病人，可设立药企，聘请药师调剂；而基层诊所则需完全释放处方签，不可设立药企。但台湾实施双轨制，诊所可以聘药师调剂，造成台湾独特门前药局。其中弊病，药师受医院诊所聘雇，医生成为药师的老板，发现老板开错药，药师难以毫无顾忌地提出质疑，即使提出疑问，医生端不接受建议，药师也无可奈何，最后牺牲的却是民众用药的安全。另外，医院、诊所的调剂数量远大于社区药剂，因此药商的药品出货比例自然是医院大于社区药剂，衍生社区药剂溢价无益、缺药的问题，并再次使民众前往医院看病领药，以医药分业、分级医疗的目标背道而驰。为了使医疗资源获得合理配置，为了使药师专业充分发挥，为了善尽药师守护民众用药的职责，全联会将持续积极推动医药分业单轨制。2003年上。
Okay, so the above will be the first 3 parts of the briefing from the President Huang. So the next talk about the pharmacist's contribution during COVID-19. I will also starting from his videos that the government prepare asked him to prepare for presenting the pharmacist to reminding all the Taiwanese need to get to know how to contact with the community pharmacy and how to get the mask, the medical mask, because at the time in Taiwan we also doesn't have so many medical masks that can distribute it to all the peoples. So in the beginnings, it's about 2020 February, and at that time we need to little by little, maybe some people once a time only 2 or 3 medical masks for people to receive from the community pharmacies. So I will show a little bit examples. The video of showing is to share that for our all participants and students to thinking of even though we are only a very tiny little professions, you may think you might think, but in fact even one community pharmacy, the people needs you is more than 100 to 230 300, maybe even more than you can imagine. So the way how you to put your influence to all the peoples, there are several ways, especially during the COVID-19, we cannot encourage to contact in person, face to face. So some of the internet technologies we need to use a lot. And here is his short videos and you can see how we do the distribution of medical masks. Please give me some couple seconds to switch to the link.
Yes, Professor.
Yes. This is not. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll go. It doesn't go directly. I'm sorry. Okay, here it comes. Okay, and why I stop at the last second is because during the time when the community pharmacy and some of the people were very nervous about the infections, the pandemic. So when they go to community pharmacy, sometimes they are not very nice to the community pharmacy. So at the time, the President Huang taking advantage of the time to go on to the TV, because this type of the recording we still going on every day until now today, every day, and different professions representative will prepare a brief video to reminding people how to fight or protect themselves. And then the final sequence is to say that there's a two Chinese letter here means smile. And you can tell from the video we plan here, we have a actress who smile a lot to the pharmacists, and the pharmacists need to go to the computer to the Taiwan health insurance to check how many medical masks they can have, because sometimes the people are too nervous they want to get more and more medical masks, but the government has limitations. So sometimes the people will go this pharmacies, and then the next they go to another pharmacies, and maybe like on the other street. So the community pharmacy need to check whether they already have within the limitations. So this is the example of how the community pharmacy can do, and to distribute the important reminding issues to all the peoples. So and this is the organizers prepare the videos every day until now also. Okay, so this is one of the evidence, the pharmacist's contribution during the COVID-19, and there's a little thing we can do, but everything is very important. And as I mentioned, the time is about last year, 2020, in February. And at the time, Nana is still in Taiwan. I think she tried to go back to Indonesia and to take care of the families, but she cannot do that too much. So the time is not too far away. And also during the same year, last year, in June, the Journal of Taiwan Pharmacy, and this is the a Chinese journal, and right now the journal is published by the TFPA, and right now I'm also one of the editors. So at that time, we also try to think how to gather all the wisdom from the community pharmacy. And so one of the professor who is a Jianan Pharmacy University, which is located in the southern part of the Taiwan. And this Professor Wang is also one of the editors of this journal. So she also talked to the community pharmacies, and then the pharmacy name is Hong Xin Pharmacy. And so all the authors try to collect more information for the local people's needs, and not just focus on the Taipei cities. And I will not show the whole contents, but will to share that we hope all the pharmacists need to know that we are not only do prescription dispensing, patient consultations. We also need to do as public health, and so to make people not to help people who is also health and help them to keep healthy. So regarding how to prevent to get the COVID-19, the authors organized 3 steps that pharmacy can do, and then including the first part is to keep health and even health promotion. And the second is about the screening for the disease. And then the third is to not just pharmacotherapy, and also to take care of the people who has a chronic disease. And here you see the abstract. I would like to go through a little bit because it's not too long, so the time can be acceptable. And this article collects information on the COVID-19 epidemic in Taiwan. After this designated health insurance pharmacies began implement of the mass rationally plan system on February 6, 2020. And this is the time the previous video show, that's the date we hope people to know about the mask distribution rules. And the data from the median reports, the NFPA and the local association were gathered on various response to the policy measures, along with the pharmacists talk about the heights and the loss of the service on the first line of epidemic prevention. And finally, the article reflects on the position and value of the pharmacy in this epidemic. So this short abstract is for all the participants who is a community pharmacy maybe, and also for the future pharmacists as a student right now. And you can think, you can see here all the pharmacy work together. Some of the policy proposed by some of the leaders of the pharmacists, but all the policy not always perfect. We all need to work together within the society of the pharmacy. So some of the pharmacy will reflect some of the law of the service. That means some of the policy is not satisfying the patient's needs. So we not only just do what we think we can do, we also need to comfort peoples. That means like the last part of the prevention means we also need to communicate psychologically to make people feel like they are safe. Don't worry too much. And even though the mask can be obtained from the pharmacy is very limited, like the video show, maybe 1 week only 2 or 3 medical masks. That means people, you need to repeat to use the medical mask at the times, but we can tell them how to reuse the medical mask. And also how to diagnose whether the mask already need to throw away and to protect themselves to keep in health. And the right hand side, the envelope is to specific design to contain about like 10 masks, but the design did not prepare in the beginnings, and until February, that's the time already after compared to the February 6th, already almost 4 months. And so you can imagine the purpose I try to explain about the envelope for the putting the mask is because people always complaining that the community pharmacy distribute the mask, but they only put the mask into a very general plastic bag, and some of the people think it's not clean, it's not sterile. So they think pharmacy is not. They feel like pharmacists do things not so professionals. So at the times, we try to design an envelope, but with the limited budget. And so the association organized this, and by ourselves, I mean, by the pharmacy societies. So the government cannot do so little things for pharmacists. So we all get together with the budget, and then finally shipping on the almost at the end of the April. But it's just the shipping is starting from the date of April, but go to the all pharmacy in the Taiwan. It takes like more than 1 week. So during the time, some of the far away pharmacy cannot use that, and then even so, even like 2 or 3 days, sometimes people will complain, say because maybe at the end of the April, the TV news already say, oh, the northern part of the Taiwan pharmacy already have this envelope, but the other parts of the Taiwan pharmacy doesn't have this type of envelope, and then make the people, some little few people still will complain to the community pharmacy. So I myself contact with the community pharmacy lots of times, because since 2008, I was the person who need to send TMU students to all over the pharmacies to have practicing. And so lots of I get to know lots of community pharmacists, and they are very nice, but at that time they are very harsh, because they feel frustrated, because they also need to face with people's complaints. But they are very strong, so now they are fine, and then still getting trust from the peoples. So this is a part of the story from the southern parts of the community pharmacy, Hongshin pharmacy stories. Okay, and then here's go to the September last year, and but in fact in Taiwan last year we don't have so many cases of the COVID-19, but you already see the people are very panicked, and so for the last year, almost half of the year, community pharmacy do so many little things, but very important to protecting our peoples. So the government also again asked Professor Huang to write a document, so, and then publish it in the government's journal. You can see in here the Chinese, and here the 5 words here is the welfare, Minister of Welfare here. And so here is another documents, but I will just show the cover letters, and that the title means the community pharmacy to combating COVID-19. We all here, all community pharmacy are here for all the peoples. That this is the big title means. And then the President Huang is very nice. He also asked the journal to put a subtitle here. That means, dear community pharmacists, you are very harsh, and then your efforts, we appreciate that. This is the subtitles. Okay, and in addition to the government's journal, the association also collecting all the information during that time, the last year, and you can see from here how sick of this book. That means during the time, even in Taiwan, we don't have cases ourselves too many, but all the fighting, all the goodness, all the badness, we all collecting in the book. And here we took it as a history of the distribution, the medical mask. So you can see the only one little tiny work to distribution the medical mask, and we can have so many story to share with all the peoples. And in the future, if UMM faculties come to Taiwan, and then I think President Huang will love to share this book as a gift. And even though most of them are in Chinese, but there's still some English in the contents. And in fact, like my presentation in the book list also have so many pictures. So it's more like a remembering all the community pharmacy, what they do, and then what they show during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, and during the COVID-19, the wisdom of the community pharmacy, here they spend like less than 1,000 NT dollars. I don't know how to translate to the Indonesia. Maybe Nalis can explain later during the QA sections. And so they spend little money, and then to put the shelf, and which of the plastic shelf, the sheet, the sheet is more like here. The clinic pharmacy, they put the face shield, and the covering is like this and this. And those covering usually cover on the dinner tables, and it's very cheap, but it's very useful because we can protect our pharmacists when they work, and then even can mimic. Sometimes they put some hole here, so maybe can exchange the money, the products, and do something so forth. So the community pharmacy, they can continuous work, and taking care of patients and doing the dispensing and prescriptions. This is some of the examples for your reference. And here is the paper prepared by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. And I'm not talking, I'm not trying to ask you to understand what's the content in the word, but this is an example that when we try to communicate or distribute some information, we always need to consider who cannot read letters, who cannot read Chinese or English. So because some people cannot hear when they were child. So the government always prepare in addition to the letters, we put figures so people can understand from the pictures. But here to show how to see doctors. So you can tell this is the car that we can remote contact with the doctors. And so the purpose of the information here is to ask people, if you feel sick, you don't need to go to the clinic or hospital. You can, the government already asked physicians to accept people to buy the computer and also the mobile phones, or you can even just call the physicians and then talk to him. And then how you get the prescription and medications, and don't worry, the pharmacy will do for you. The pharmacy will do for you. The medication will ship in to your home, to your home here. And here dated as a date, which even right now we also doing this remote contact and delivery, but the regulation about the remote is starting from this year in May. So you can tell that last year we don't do remote contact medications so officially, but we do delivery of medication every day since a long time ago. But the remote contact with the physician specific for during this May, because this May in Taiwan we have many of the people get COVID-19 infections. So this is one of the way to protecting more people from getting infections if they go to clinics or hospitals. Okay, the time also go further to the remote content. Another one is the way if the people already have prescription and then sometimes they have chronic disease. So usually Taiwan health insurance will allow people to have prescription can be refilled directly from the community pharmacy. So here is two pictures how community pharmacy to persuade people or help people to get the prescription refill for the second month. And here is a QR code we now use a lot every day. Even you go to the department for shopping, we also need to have a QR code. And here the community pharmacy set a QR code for people to join their Facebook or their line group. So the people, what for that? That is for the patient. They can take a picture of their prescription and then send to the pharmacist. So pharmacy doesn't need to doesn't need to talk or even on the phone. They can once they can communicate within the line or within the Facebook, and then the pharmacist will refill the prescription for patients, and then shipping to their home. But they say it will take an additional $150 for shippings. And here, the right-hand side is another example. It's a chain store. It's a very big chain store in Taiwan, everywhere from northern part to southern part. And then they also accept college students to practicing in their pharmacies. And what do they do? Because they don't have so many community pharmacy people to do the shippings. So they collaborate with the very famous shipping store. We call it as a Food Panda. And as you know, that they have lots of motorcycle peoples, and then they ship once they was asked. So they shipping even the food within 30 minutes. Go to you directly. So the pharmacists can focus on their expertise, doing consultations and dispensing and so forth. And then the shipping will they collaborate with the companies. So this is another example for you to see and how the pharmacy can do. And when the time, you can feel like the story of the evidence already go to this year from May and now, and then during the June and July, this is the time in June 22nd, and this is the time that almost the case already under control in Taiwan. And then at the time we try to see to help people, how to let them know whether they are sick because of COVID-19 or they are sick because they just get the general cold. So they will, once they have a sneeze and runny nose, or coughing, they don't too worry whether they are COVID-19 but in fact they are just get cold, simple cold. So the screening device is very important, and but these two pictures is TV news, because at the time some of the company they also have some people get infections, but they are worried about government will ask the company to shut down, cannot allow the workers to go to work. But the company doesn't want to shut down their company because they need to continue to work. So the way how to differentiate whether their people have infection but still not have symptoms, the screening device is very important. So here is a way TV news, take the videos from the community pharmacy, and then tell people that, oh, if you, the implication is for people that if you worry but you don't not so sure and you don't want to go to hospital, and or even you don't want to tell your boss whether you get cold or you get COVID-19, so you can have a fast screening by yourself. You can get from the community pharmacy and then go back home and you do by yourself. We will not release or confirm your infections until you go to, eventually you go to hospital to do the PCR. That means so the device is used for between you go to hospital to get the PCR confirmations. And so one more and more the TV news, people know how to use the know there is something device we can use before we go to hospital to do the PCRs. The association also help government to prepare information from their Facebook to deliver the information of the devices. They show the step 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. So people know, not just for people, because it's a FPA, and this is to teach pharmacists themselves, ourselves. We first need to know how to use it. Then we can sell to the people. And sometimes people ask, when I buy these people, how can I do at home? So the community pharmacy know how to show how to do that. But as you can imagine, one people coming as, so pharmacy show again. The second one come to buy and ask again, and then pharmacy need to show again. So it's not efficiently. So some of the community pharmacy, they are very nice. They taking video by themselves. So for example, this is one of the community pharmacists. Two of them, one person to explain, the other person to practicing how to use the device. And the video, maybe we can see when during the when the talk is finished, we can come back and see if students like to know how to do the self screenings using this type of medical device. Okay, and so the slides, the content go to the next section. Is about pharmaceutical care and the outcomes during the time of COVID-19. Doing the pharmaceutical care in community pharmacy in Taiwan, as you can see from the history, the really started is about 2002. That's the time I joined as the faculty of TMU, and so it's about 20 years ago. But in Taiwan, so that means during the past 20 years, we have prescription release from the hospitals, especially some big cities. But regarding how to help community pharmacy to really handling the patient communications and even more professionals, that means pharmaceutical care, the history is not too long. So in fact, I joined the association since 2008. That is the time the TMU asked me to help students to go to the community pharmacy practicing. So if you can count it from 2008, so it's about 12 years. So the community pharmacies during the past 10 years, they not only taking care of the college student practicing, they are also feel the pressure from the students, because the young students, like the audience now, they have very they have very good pictures for pharmacists' futures. So they always give feedback to the community pharmacy, that their preceptors, their teachers, and say, why you do this, why you don't do that. And then so the student and the pharmacists interact more and more. And in fact, this person is a community pharmacy, and you can see Nalis was here. He accompanied with me to visit the community pharmacy, and this is a student, and this community pharmacy at that time also my graduate students. So we went to Korea to join the FIP. And why Nalis is not in this picture? Because at the time he just arrived. When I go to Korea, Nalis just coming to Taiwan. So when I get back from Korea to Taiwan, so we eventually see each other, and then find some time to go to the hospital, to the community pharmacy, to see how really pharmaceutical care doing. So I call it as approaching. That means everybody in community pharmacy learning how to do pharmaceutical care with the patients. And so this is example of the slides that the students or the faculties, I believe lots of faculty of the pharmacy already know how every day, every other year or per year, we join together with all the pharmacy from the world. This is the organization we call it as FIP. And in fact, in our southern part of the Asia, we have another organization, which is FAPA. And the FAPA goes every other years and take turns from Taiwan, Philippines, Japan, Korea. And the first time I went to the FAPA 2008, this is a very important year. The 2008 is the first time I joined the FAPA, and at that time the FAPA is held in Malaysia. But I have a lot of impression at that time. I see lots of pharmacy also from Indonesia and also from Thailand. And then so here is another picture. Recently, I went to FAPA with another senior pharmacy who is my graduate from the same college of China Medical in Taichung. And today, later on, I will share student go to her her community pharmacy and practicing how to do pharmaceutical care and consultations, and then do analysis and to see some of the local outcomes. And here is more like a starting compared to approaching. Approaching, that means we are thinking, but we just try to see, is it okay if we do this? Is that okay if we do that? And this slide is to show how to really do that. And then that is also get to that know them. Three of those are all my graduate students, and these two, the right-hand side two pharmacy students, they already in the community pharmacy practicing so many years, and this guy's Karen, also in charge one of the big research project about the pharmaceutical care integrations in the local area. The city name is New Taipei City, and I believe he is the person starting with the pharmaceutical care in the local cities, and the middle ladies is one of my graduate students. She worked together with Karen, and then to help Karen to analyze his data, data from patients. So we have a very little result, and to present in the ASCMP. And this is the specialized area in psychiatry. So most of the attendance is medical doctors specialized in psychiatry. And this is the person who is psychiatry and also a professor in the university who is teaching ethics. And so he's the person give us some comments to the preliminary data of the pharmaceutical care. So this is an example of the startings. The conference is not far away neither. The conference is held in 2019, approaching the end of the years. And we, myself with the students, together communicate with the doctors. And so when we starting with the story, then I talked to the Karen, is there more organized or more clear study design we can do in Taipei city? So eventually we spend like almost half a year to propose the IRB, because when we try to analyze patients' data and then try to share in the public, we need to have writing ethics project and approved by the committees. And then here is the steps where I will go through faster. The first one is to documentation of prescribed medication DI. That means when we do research, the community pharmacy, we need to ask them to prepare in advance, because the medication are so many, it's more than 2,000, 3,000 medication differences. And so we are not, we cannot rely on our brain to do all the things. We still need to prepare more carefully. And then the second step is providing consultation to patient. After the researchers prepare well, and then we invite in specific patients according to the prescriptions. So then we can providing more confident information, more complete information, consultation to the patients regarding the drug information, including herbal medicine, supplements, because compared to the hospital pharmacy, community pharmacy always know who come to community pharmacy, what those people will get the other products like herbal medicine or nutrition supplement they will buy from the community pharmacies. So there's lots of the communication with the community pharmacy and patients. And then go to third is to recruiting the patients, including those with patient-initiated consultation on drug-related problem. Those part you can ignore. This is just the criteria how we recruiting patients. But because of time, we go to the next step is to providing pharmaceutical care. And there's two parts we in our study here we need to do. One is doing medication review and assessments. That means we need to confirm, we need to evaluate the prescription appropriation. And also we talk to people to confirm whether patient, when they taken the medication, how they feel. And the second is to come, if there is some issues very important, then we need to communicate with physicians. And this is the first step. And then the second step is to evaluate patients' knowledge, performance. Like the teacher myself, after I give lectures to the students, I always take like 3 or 5 minutes at the end to ask them questions to make sure the take-home message, they got it, the information, important information they receive. And as a pharmacy, we are the teacher of the patients. And so again, after we give consultations to the peoples, then we can do little kind of tasks to question patients to make sure they know the important information about the drug. So then during the process of this study, my graduate student, we decided to follow the new Taipei City questionnaire. And then we use the scoring system to assess patients' compliance, for including the knowledge about the purpose of drug therapy, taking time and amount. For example, if the prescription say you need to take this before sleep, so make sure their answer don't like, oh, I can take it in the morning. So we can give them a good score, a bad score, including these questions, even including how if the patient forgot to take medicines. That means we know lots of people, even ourselves, we are sick, and then sometimes we were busy and then we forgot to take medicines. But it doesn't mean all the medicine we forgot. We need to take the medicine right away when we recall it. And because some of the medicine we cannot overlapping together, together with the next time for taking medicines. So different drug, different way of deal with these issues. So after step 4 of two of those, then the researchers, my graduate student, will document all the information. They contact with the patient, contact with the doctors if there is, and including the patient's score. Then collected the documentations, and then we do the chart reviews afterwards. So that means we will ask the senior pharmacist to discuss with the case together to make sure the information is all correctly. And then finally, according to those information, we score the patient's drug-related problem according to the European method to scoring the patient's issues. Okay, and because of time limitation, and I will only share 2 or 3 results with you. And okay, I move this one here first. The from the study, we contact with 77 patients who come to community pharmacy for their prescription refill, and then totally 66 patients confirmed to join the studies. And so here you can see 43 and plus 23 totally is 66. And then 23 of those has we so-called drug-related problems. And then you can ignore the Chinese and look at the English. I specifically want to share the result is according to the medication regimen complexity index, in the drug-related group, they have higher score in Taipei compared to another rural cities. The difference is significant. That means according to the complexity, that means even people only have 1 or 2 disease. For example, if they only, for example, they have hypertension, but according how to control hypertension, maybe doctor prescribe 3 drugs to handle their hypertensions. That means compared to only prescribe 1 drug for hypertension, the patient has more regimen complexity index. So as you can see, even compared to the no drug-related prescriptions, Taipei City here has a more complicated prescription. So you can imagine that if you in the morning you need to take 3 drugs, and then in the noontime you need to take another 2 drugs, and then during the dinner you need to take another 5 drugs. And then you will feel like, oh, so complicated. I cannot take so many medications. That means there's one kind of regimen complexity index is too high. So usually in this case, we always try to forgot how to forgot to take medicines. And this is what we think is part of the factors to influence patients' outcomes. And another issue is and then the data come also together with another factor is number of prescribed medication. Like I say, the average, if within 1 day, you totally need to take medicine up to 9. Your prescription has 9 different medications. Then you will go have a higher chance to have a drug-related problem, because within the prescription, maybe there are more interactions. And compared to the rural area, there is also a significant difference. And another story is about the drug-related problem is about the polypharmacies. And in fact, the polypharmacy will go to the number of go together with the prescription medication. But here the data is to show how many patients has a polypharmacy. Sometimes some of the research article will assign as more than 6, more than 5, more than 7 of the prescription medication as a case of polypharmacies. And then according to these analyzed tables, you can see that in patients with drug-related problem, mostly in Taipei, they are considered as a polypharmacy. And after my graduate student go into the detail of their case report, we found that most of them are doing renal dialysis. So you can see that if people who has a renal insufficiency or even renal failures, usually they will need lots of medication to control all their disease. And then and as we discussed with senior pharmacists who taking care of them, she shared her experience is that the physician always prescribe higher dose than general people's because they the physician has always has complaints from the patients that the general dose for them doesn't control disease condition very well. So the physician, instead of prescribing regular dose, they prescribe much higher dose to those people with renal dialysis, and they think it's fine because those patients will go to clinic for renal dialysis every other day. So they think even though the dose can go too high, but the second days, the dialysis will wash out those drugs, and then the patient will retaken those medications. But this condition still not acceptable because we think if patient doesn't the second day doesn't go to dialysis, but they taken much higher doses, and how if they got toxicity as a chronic conditions. So from the result here, the pattern of the polypharmacy is significant between the differences between the type A and the rural area, and all those are, even though they are all drug related problem prescription patients. And as I mentioned that we
sorry, Professor, because
yes.
the time limitation may be 3 or 5 minutes more.
Okay, yes, it's almost done, yes. And so as I mentioned, we have every time we have a case documentation, then we review with all the senior pharmacists. But these three are the students, college student practicing in the community pharmacy. They join our meetings. So it's a very interesting pictures I want to share. And this is the time, first time we went there, and then now is also a company and then talk to the pharmacy Cao, who is the person, who is the person who handling these discussions. And this person, I invited him to join, who is hospital pharmacy, because we are discussing one of the case patient who got the prescription from his registered hospitals. So we try to, before we talk to the physician about the prescription problems, we talk to the hospital pharmacist in advance to see how to get together to find a strategy to talk to physicians. And here is the close pictures. And the final data, the second data is about the amount of the drug we recruiting from those 66 patients, and most of them are related or not had prescribed as all those drugs related to hypertension, insomnia, and also hyperlipidemia. But specifically, very strange is the rural city. The patient has more Zolpidem, That means compared to city, like we work has lots of stress, the rural city people, older people needs more Zolpidem medications. So this is the person who graduate with those data. As I mentioned, she not only collect information, the case from child pharmacist, community pharmacy. She also collect case from her own registered pharmacist. And as you can see, Senoside is also another most prescribed medications. In fact, during the COVID-19, I will bring back the topic back to the COVID-19. In fact, the COVID-19 patient has lots of patients. Almost the patient has constipation problems. So not only community pharmacy noticed that people need more Senoside because of nervous about the pandemic, and even hospital pharmacy noticed that the COVID-19 patient who in the hospitals, they also need lots of Senoside, and even they believe that those patients need more probiotics to taking care of their GI problems, probiotics, okay? And so this is after she graduated, we also tried to look at the drug-drug interactions, and we found that compared to only rely on pharmacists' wisdom, if we apply DI drug micromethods to assess all the prescriptions, we can confirm and find out more DDI pairs, 14s, and those are not identified alone by the pharmacy without using computer software. So, and the type of the DDI mostly like related to the coagulations. And coagulation, as you all know, that during the COVID-19, lots of people has clotting issues, and so therefore make COVID-19 infection patients that cannot breathe and then sometimes die right away. So the anti-coagulation or antiplatelet is very important medication during the COVID-19 use. So I hope the participant students can try to look at those frequently prescribed antiplatelet drugs. Okay, and this is the second round of the discussion. We shift to the another senior pharmacist, and then the DDI is done by this graduate student who right now is still studying in my laboratory, and then he will go to doing investigation. I sent him to do ICU intensive unit care, and hopefully in the short future, we will have more information about COVID-19 patient who went to hospital during the time in the ICU settings. And finally, I'd like to raise questions, issues we need to improve, because we found that when we talk to the psychiatrists in Japan, these professors emphasize that in Japan, pharmacy don't do much response to them, and so he feel unbelievable that pharmacy try to talk to physicians. And in fact, myself work together with more than 10 psychiatry in the Taipei cities, And so we are all good friends, and then we start doing clinical investigations together, and we publish articles all together. And then here you see President Huang again. This is his recent sharing pictures from his Facebook, and he want to raise another issue is about teamwork integration between the interprofessional, because here is 5 different interprofessional. Here the Chinese medicine physician, and this is general physicians, and then dentists, and then the nursing. Even with the nursing, they kind of hope to work together and hope to work together in the more closely in the future. And here is another pictures of I went to the meeting and together with the other pharmacists, and then I would like to introduce the lady here, Pharmacy Wang. She was a clinical pharmacy president last year, a couple years ago, and then right now she is international pharmaceutical association of the as a president. So she contribute lots of international activity events, and then so maybe in the future Rizka or Naris can try to contact with her directly also, and she's very experienced and very nice ladies. And so I will go to the last part, but maybe I will close this first because of time, and then after the if there's 3 minutes, have 3 minutes to finish the briefing of the President Huang, and so maybe Naris tells me to do that. Okay. Thank you for your attention. And then my take-home message is about the beautiful mask with this is my graduate student graduate this year. And then the take-home message for all the faculties and then join today, and then the student to know the beautiful mask. Maybe we can have beautiful mood, and this is what we need during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Wu, for your informative and very interactive talk. So it's very interesting because we know so many things about how pharmacists in Taiwan can have the contribution during the COVID-19. So before we go to the next session, question and answer, I want to have some notes from the Professor Wu talks, like some of the pharmacist contribution in Taiwan, such as the medical mass distribution, because since the outbreaks beginning in 2020, I myself have the experience because I was in Taiwan when the outbreak is come. And about the mass distribution, I feel that it's very good handling in the Taiwan for the masking distribution. Like what I wear now is from Taiwan, Professor. This is the mask from Taiwan. I still have some bugs from Taiwan to come back in Indonesia. And also the other pharmacist contribution is about the keep health the profession, the screening the disease, and also some of the action, such as they have a shield transparent and safety face shield when they give the pharmaceutical care in the community of the pharmacies. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the dear student, now we come to the question and answer session. If anyone has a question, please don't forget to mention your name. So now you can start. Any question? Please. Oh, there is two. Okay, Professor, there is two question. I want to read the first question is from Nadia Puji Lestari from the Pharmacy 2018. I have some questions about how long the government and pharmacists in Taiwan to overcome the problem of the limited medical masks and PPE for the health workers. And are the services provided by pharmacists in the hospital same as like the pharmacists working in the drugstores, like the services through the contact delivery or the other? That is the first question, Professor. So maybe it's about the masking distribution. She want to ask about how long or how come the pharmacists in Taiwan can overcome the problem about the masking problem.
Okay, and I will give a short answer. If you still remember that the slides I show here is the time from the beginning of have a limitation of the mask is February. We started distribute the mask. It's about February 6, 2020. And as I record, until we have this envelope, the limitation of the mask availability already released from two or three per week to 10 per week. So that means people can have almost one mask at least per day until when the time go to the end of the April. So as answering the students' question, maybe we take almost 2 or 3 months. So go to the second question is how we make the mask available for people. In fact, the Taiwan government know that the mask availability is very important to help people to prevention from the infections. So all the factory in Taiwan all controlled by the government. So even though we have the factory producing like 2 or 3 times that the people we need in Taiwan, but the government also want to help the international countries. So we did not release the government did not release all the masks to all the people in Taiwan. We also reserve for the international uses. So that means in summary that the government producing we have enough.
Okay.
Even in the beginnings, but in the beginnings, we want to reserve some masks for international needs because this year 2020 in Taiwan we don't have the case in COVID-19 case. So we think we only need some masks, but people always need always feel they need more. So this is a awkward situation for community pharmacy to face. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for the first question. So it means that because yes, as Professor said, that Taiwan can control very well the COVID-19. As I remember, in 2020, the cases is almost zero from several months, and maybe from May or from May it started to raise again, but now is well controlled. I also still read from the news that it is still under control in Taiwan for the COVID-19 cases. The second question, Professor, from the Zainul Mutakin, the question is, actually, I'm interested about the government act to shut down the companies that is found infected for the some of their workers. I think it will affect their works. So how is the government step to solve that problem? So
can you confirm again?
Yes, Professor. So he said that because of COVID-19, some of the company, maybe there is some of the workers infected by COVID-19, and how come the workers or how the government overcome that situation? Maybe, for example, in the pharmacies, if there is a pharmacist infected, so how can it how to solve that problem? Maybe something like that, Professor.
The government has has a specialized project to control the big companies' case infections. And so, but at that time, most of the community pharmacy, how community pharmacy join the workforce is to supplying or developing the screening device to the companies. So don't really has a job or anything that the community pharmacy need to do, but the community pharmacy share their experience that some of the people go to the community pharmacy, but they don't want to say whether they belong to that company or not, but they try to talk to pharmacy to learn how to do the screening device. So when the experience pharmacy encounter with these people, then usually we feel like those people need help, and maybe they are from the specific company which during the possible COVID-19 epidemic. Is it okay for these questions?
Yes, I think it's fine, Professor. Okay, I will give the opportunity one more question, maybe live question. You can turn on your camera to say. Don't forget. Don't worry if you cannot speak very well. It will be fine. Okay. Please, if there is a live question. Okay, so maybe I want to the last question, Professor. I want to. I have a interesting note about the self-screening in Taiwan that Professor already explained in the presentation. So currently in Taiwan, how is the I mean, like the self-screening can be done by each people or how it works. Thank you, Professor.
You mean when we get the medical device, how
Yes.
Who can do that screening test?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. So later on, I will when I answer this question at the same time, and I will go to a video showing, and at the same time, I can explain about these questions. Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay.
Professor.
So okay, and then after that, regarding the screening device, and then we go back to President Huang, because at the end he want to welcome all the students to go to Taiwan for the studies. And regarding the, please let me okay. Regarding the screening device, as you can see here, I will shut down the voice because it's in Chinese. Okay, this is how pharmacists put down the YouTube on their Facebook. And so, I'm sorry. So it's very clear when to show people when they obtain the screening device from the pharmacies. Pharmacy can sell. According to, I can answer to some, add some more information to answer Nadi's questions about this. And not only pharmacy can sell, the 7-Eleven, the convenience store also can sell this type of medical device, since as long as the big convenience store, they got the license from the government. The government approve the store can sell it, then they can sell the screening device, not only community pharmacy. And here is the community pharmacy to show how to screen the device. And I like to emphasize that you see the pharmacy do that herself. And sometimes it's too tough to do ourselves because it's not comfortable. So later on, you will see the second pharmacy will help her to pushing the swab. And as I said, the screening device is take-home screening device. Take home. So that means, oh, you see the second pharmacist try to help her. Otherwise, it's hard to do. Okay, and so that means take home means when not is asked about who can do that, that means take home means everybody can do that. But we suggest to do that at home. So don't bring the screening device and then go to hospital. It's no need to do that. The take home means that because we think maybe people only got the general cold, but it's the coughing is not because of COVID-19. So we don't hope those patients bring the take-home screening device and then and then go to the hospital where has more higher risk to having the COVID-19 infections. And the different I believe this type of take-home device is developed by Taiwanese companies and maybe partially supported by Taiwan government, such as Seneca. I think Nanis know about that. Yeah. So in addition to the other two products, we imported from Europe, like Germany or Americas or England. I'm not so sure, but in Taiwan we have our own screening device. So so that means we will not have a shortage problem in that case, unless government want to share to the other countries. So that will be result in the same situation like the medical mask.
Yes, it's very, very interesting for the self-screening when we see in the video, Professor. Okay. Because
So
of the, yes, Professor?
Yes, so please allow me 2 minutes to finish up President Huang's briefings and then send a welcome to all the participants.
Yes.
The President Huang said he also asked government to give vaccine to the pharmacists in priorities. Okay, that will be the end that he hope we can continuously interact each other.
Okay. Very interesting in the end of the presentation. The president of the Federation of Taiwan Pharmacists Association welcomed us as an Indonesian student if we want to have the collaboration with Taiwan. We hope in the future there is many collaboration that we can build in the future from the Taiwan and Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, and also the dear student, finally we come to the end of our presentation. We would like to extend our gratitude to the speaker for the interesting and informative talking, Professor Wu Chahua. And also thanks for the audience from your participation and also some question. I believe that there is many more question for Professor Wu, but because of the time limitation, maybe we can have another interactive talk in the future. So once again, thank you, Professor Wu, for the time in this meeting, in this seminar.
Please.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we will go to the next presentation, the second presentation, we hope that the students still have more attention and for the next seminar. So once again, thank you, Professor Wu, for the time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the second presentation. The second presentation, I would like to introduce the second speakers today. The speakers today is about the higher education in the Indonesia by Professor Diah Ariani Perwitasari, PhD from University of Ahmad Dahlan. The Professor Diah have very knowledgeable and expert in the second topics. So I would like to read her CV, curriculum vitae from the Professor Diah Ariani Perwitasari, PhD. Professor Diah Ariani, PhD, have the research interest in the pharmacogenetics, pharmacoeconomy, clinical pharmacy, pharmacoepidemiology, and also social behavioral pharmacy. And there is some publication of Professor Diah Ariani, and in the screen, you can see the publication in the recent year in 20 and 21 of Professor Diah Ariani, such as the health literacy of people living with HIV in the rural area in Indonesia. And the second publication is about the quality of life of drug reaction with eosinophilic systemic symptoms, or DRESS, and also SJS, Stephen-Johnson syndromes, and toxic epidermal necrolysis patient. And also the third publication is about the knowledge, empathy, willingness to consult patients with HIV among Indonesian pharmacists. And also the other publication is about the atypical antipsychotic induced weight gain in schizophrenic patients. And also there is another publication, knowledge of ARV treatment associated factor in the HIV infected patient. Professor Tia Aryani have the bachelor degree in 1994 to 1998 in the University of the Gajah Mada, and after that the apothecary or pharmacist from University of Gajah Mada, the same faculty in 1998. After that, she continued the master degree in 2001 in the Magister of Clinical Pharmacy in the Gajah Mada University, and the Doctor of Philosophy. There is two Doctor of Philosophy. First of all, first is in the 2006 in the University of Gajah Mada, and 2009 in the Leiden University Medical Center, Netherlands. And there is some interprofessional education project from Professor Diaz, such as the HKI in 2021, such as the Model Pembelajaran Komunikasi or KIA in the University of Ahmad Dahlan, and also the IPE project-based learning. And Professor Dia also have the booklet about the perangi diabetes mellitus sejak dini. And then, without further ado, I would like to welcome the second speaker, Professor Tia Aryani Parwitasari, PhD, to deliver her presentation about the higher education in Indonesia. All right, Professor Tia, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Professor Wu. This is the first time I meet you, and nice to meeting you today. But actually, I ever been visit your institution, Taipei Medical University, maybe 4 years ago. I met Professor Chang and Professor Son. Actually, the college of Dr. Lalu Irham, maybe you also recognize him. He just graduated also his PhD from PMU. So nice to meeting you. And firstly, I'm going to say thank you to my colleagues from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, especially from the School of Pharmacy for the invitation, especially to talking about the interprofessional education in the pharmacy higher education. This is about the sharing experience from me about the activities of interprofessional education, which already built in my faculty in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Jakarta. So let me share my presentations. And I think most of the participants here are students, is it right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to So firstly, I'm going to ask the students about the idea about interprofessional education first. But Nailil, maybe you can ask one or two students to answer my questions, and then my question is about how do you know about the interprofessional education, especially in pharmacy? Please, Mbak Naili, you can point one or two students to answer that.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dia. As Professor Dia said, it is about the interprofessional education. And I believe some of the students, especially in the apothecary and also the student in the high grade, more than semester 5, really friendly about this. So please, students, Professor Tia asks, what do you know about the interprofessional education? You
Maybe
can answer.
one or two students is okay for me.
You can ask if you are afraid with English. You can
In bahasa.
in
It's
bahasa.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I try to translate it to Professor Wu then. Yeah. Maybe one from the apothecary and then one from the undergraduate, please. Two students.
So please, student.
Maybe
Ella or Ismi or Anissa.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Anissa.
I'm from Indonesia. Okay. Don't be shy. You can say in bahasa Indonesia. It's okay.
Don't worry about you worry about false or something. No, it's fine. It will be fine. So please, Ella or Ismi.
Okay. Still shy. Mbak Ismi. Who is Mbak Ismi? Yeah, Mbak Ismi is from Apothecary or from undergraduate?
Or Richa.
Okay, Mbak Richa.
Putri. Please, student. Oh, I know. Arman, please, Arman.
Okay,
Where
Mas
is
Arman?
Okay, Arman, please dijelaskan sedikit terkait dengan interprofessional education. Pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa. Arman?
Or if you don't understand, it's okay if you say, sorry, mom, I still do not understand about the IPE or something. Then I can say, oh, okay, if you still do not understand, and I will explain a little bit more about the interprofessional education, because I have to understand first how far you understand about the IPE, and then I can explain it. Ormas, ya, oke.
Tadi terkendala masalah jaringan, jadi mohon maaf saya matikan sebentar untuk videonya. Untuk interprofessional education sendiri yang kami dapatkan sewaktu kuliah dahulu itu seperti kolaborasi antara tenaga kesehatan sesuai dengan profesinya Ibu. Jadi kami berfokus pada pasien untuk menjamin pengobatan pasien itu tepat dan memberikan efek yang baik untuk pasien ke depannya. Jadi lebih ke berfokus pada pasien, pengobatan yang berfokus pada pasien dengan bekerjasama dengan tenaga kesehatan lain untuk menjamin pengobatan yang tepat untuk pasien itu. Seperti itu Bu mungkin.
Yeah, that's good ya. Mas Arman is from apotheker or from undergraduate? From apothecary or from undergraduate, Mas Arman? From?
Dari apothecary Bu, tadi sempat terpental jadi.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, Mas Arman, yeah, that's good. Yeah, you already understand about the IPE. It's a collaboration between the IPC, yeah, interprofessional collaboration. The collaboration among some health professionals, yeah, with the objective to give more quality, or higher quality services to the patients. And you also mentioned about the patient-centered care, yeah. So that's very nice. Thank you for the answer, for answering my questions. Yeah, and then this is the outline of my presentation. I think it is not reach 1 hour, but Naili, maybe it is better if we have a lot of discussion about this stuff. Firstly, I'm going to talk about the definition and then the reason why the IPE must be conducted. Yeah. And then how to start the IPE. Yeah, especially this is for the faculty staff maybe. Yeah, because I saw there are some faculty staff here besides Mbak Nelly. And then the steps of IPE, how to start the IPE activities, and then the steps, and then the stereotypes. So this is very important for the student because you have to measure the stereotype. Then you will have a more respect to other health professional assessment for the students. And then we also will learn from other countries of IPE activities from the School of Pharmacies, and then the conclusion. So the definition, if we are talking about the definition of interprofessional education, so there are two two perspective of definition. The first one is from the educational perspective, and then the second one is from the practitioner perspective. From the educational perspective, there will be three terminologies which might be almost similar or close with the interprofessional education. The first one is interprofessional education, and then multidisciplinary education, and then we also recognize the interdisciplinary education. So we want to recognize what is the definition of the three terminologies. The first one is about the interprofessional education, about from the educational perspective. So your friend already mentioned about the members of the two or more health or social care professions. For example, dentistry, medicine from the medical faculty, and the nurse from the nursing faculty, and then the pharmacy engaging in learning with, from, and about each other. Yeah, so if Mas Arman talking about the quality of the care or the quality of the patient care, so that is about the interprofessional collaboration. But if we are talking about the interprofessional education, because we are in the education level, so we also learn from one from another. Yeah, the pharmacist also has to learn, the pharmacy students also have to learn about the role and responsibility of the medical students, and vice versa. Yeah, if you do the collaboration with the nursing students, so you also have to learn about the role and responsibility of the nursing students. Yeah, and the vice versa. So that is in the level of educational perspective. When Mas Arman talk about the quality of the patient care, so that is in the level of interprofessional collaboration in the practitioner level. Yeah, so that's the differences. And why we need the interprofessional education, because in the future, after you graduate from the apothecary level, then you have to improve the collaboration, and you have to deliver the high quality of care to the patient, especially related with the pharmaceutical care from your side. But from the medical doctor, yeah, of course, related with the medical care, and then for the nurse, yeah, especially related with the nursing care. Yeah, but that is in one perspective, yeah. And then we also want to know about the multi-professional education or multidisciplinary education. Multi-professional education, when members of two or more professional learns alongside one another. So this is parallel work. Yeah, so this is we can imagine two people working parallel, or two or three people working parallel. Yeah, maybe in the different time, in the different location, they are working, yeah, parallel, but still in the one objective or one purpose. But in the interprofessional education, yeah, or interprofessional collaboration in the future, they are working together, not only parallel. Yeah, so they are working together, get in thoughts face to face every day. Yeah, so this is a parallel rather than interactive learning. Yeah, that's the meaning of multi-professional education. And then we also have to recognize the definition of interdisciplinary education. So this is about when members of the different disciplines, yeah, this is from other disciplines besides health disciplines. Yeah, we know chemistry, bioengineering, biology, geography, and social science. Yeah, we are engaged in a collaborative interactive learning for a range of purpose. Yeah, so what is the differences between interdisciplinary education and interprofessional education? Yeah, this is depend on the purpose or the objective, and also the element who are collaborate in one activities. If you conducted the collaboration with other health providers, so the name will be interprofessional education. But if we are working with chemistry, chemists, bioengineers, someone with the expert of geography and etc., then we call it interdisciplinary collaboration. Okay. And this is the definition from the practitioner perspective. Yeah, so this is what Mas Arman already mentioned. Interprofessional collaborative practice when the healthcare workers from different professional backgrounds work together with the patients, not only with the patient, but we also work with the family of the patients, yeah, with the patient family, and then the cadres, you know, kader ya, in bahasa Indonesia, kader PKK, kader posyandu ya. We also call it cadres, yeah, and because you know that some diseases need cadres, yeah, or you know, dot direct observed treatment for the tuberculosis, for example, yeah, or for HIV, yeah, we need some cadres, and also with the communities. So don't forget, we also work with the communities to deliver the highest of quality of care, yeah. And then the interprofessional teamwork when different health and or social professionals. So this is not always health professional. We can also work with the social professional. We work in a team, and then we work closely together as an integrated and interdependent manner. Yeah, so this is the teamwork. And what is the objective? The objective is to solve the problem and to deliver the service. Yeah, so if we are going to arrange some interprofessional education, so we have to also arrange the problems. Then the students need to solve it. Yeah. This is the milestone of interprofessional education. Yeah, actually interprofessional education already started from 1990. Yeah, from UK. UK already start with the Center for the Advancement of IPE. Yeah, in 1990. And also there are core competencies identification. Yeah, there are a group or a teamwork who identify the core competencies of the interprofessional education. And then in 1995, there the development of the interprofessional education is more wide. Yeah, and then we already know as well the Institute of Medicine or IOM. It also reported the health professional education, and it was found in 2000. And there are some countries, yeah, which then develop or introduce also the interprofessional education. For example, here the Australia, and then the USA, the Canada, yeah. And the first publication about interprofessional education is in the Lancet report, yeah. And then until 2015, there are more panel form, panel work form. For example, this is WHO already make a framework for action of IPE. You can also find the framework of IPE for pharmacies, specific for pharmacies from WHO as well, in 2015. And then USA also introduced the National Center for Interprofessional Practice and Education. This is in the USA. One country also built the center, National Center for Interprofessional Practice and Education. And then, of course, if you want to ask me, Mom, how about Indonesia? So have you ever heard in Indonesia, the National Center of IPE might be in Indonesia? Yeah, so this is about how the other countries are very concerned about the IPE because they sure that IPE is very useful, especially for increasing the quality of care. And what is actually why we have to aware or why we have to have a big concern to IPE? For Nailis and my colleagues at the lecture, from UMM, we recognize the indeks kinerja utama perguruan tinggi, or in bahasa Inggris, key performance indicator of higher education. So one of the points of the IKU is collaborative and participative class. Collaborative and participative class can be translated into the IPE. So this is a very mandatory or obligation of the university for having the interprofessional education activities. Because this is already mentioned in the key performance indicator of higher education. And then this is the future of the health providers. So I already mentioned before many times that this is the future of health providers. You are not working alone, but you are always working with the others. Even you are in the pharmacies, in the apothec, in the puskesmas, or in the clinic, or maybe you are in the small industry of pharmaceutical, of traditional herb, you always work with another professionals. And then we also need for accreditation. This is also the part of the lecture work. Because if we are asking with our colleagues in the School of Medical, for the Fakultas Kedokteran, Mbak Nailis, the accreditation from the Lampetekes mentioned that IPE must be available in every modules. So every modules has IPE activities. So if the Faculty of Medical have 12 modules or maybe 20 modules, 24 modules, so IPE must be available in each of the modules. And how about the pharmacy in the accreditation? So pharmacy still not follow the rules in the medical, in the School of the Medical, of Faculty of Medical. But maybe later we also want to follow that rules. So now still there are a little to improve the interprofessional education activity. And we also need the early exposure. If you want to go to the international accreditation, for example, Asian University Network or maybe ASEAN, then one of the question is about the when the school of pharmacy is the one is start from the first year. So if my voice is better, because I saw the signal that my connection internet is not too good. Is it okay, Mbak
It's
Naili?
okay, Professor.
Okay, okay. So we want to compare about working individually and working together with other professionals. If we are working individually, so it must be uncoordinated. Yeah, you can imagine if we are working in the pharmacy in the ward, yeah, and then we didn't have a collaboration with the nurse or with the medical doctor, so we will waste a lot of energy, yeah, to do everything by ourselves, and also high cost and also less efficient, because we need more time to work by ourselves, yeah. And then of course this is a leading a conflict, yeah, because maybe the other health professional already conducted the test, maybe, or already conducted the procedures, and then because you didn't ask or you don't understand about the procedure, then you did it again, yeah. So there will be a conflict if you are working by yourself, yeah. So this is not beneficial for us, yeah. Uncoordinated, maybe redundancy, and everything with the redundancy is wasting the energy, high cost and less efficient. Also, it can make a conflict, yeah, with the other health professionals. The importance of the collaborative practice, if we saw the what is the limitation of working by yourself, yeah. So if we are working with the other the other health professional, we can improve the patient outcomes, yeah. It's of course this is the first objective of our collaboration. And then the interdisciplinary team training may recommend make some recommendation to increase patient safety and quality of healthcare, yeah. And this is based on the IOM in 1999, yeah. And then we also can increase the patient satisfaction. Why? Because the patient can ask everything from the expert. Yeah. She or he can ask about the medication from the pharmacist, about the disease from the doctor, and about the care. Yeah, maybe how to clean up the wound with the nurse. Yeah, so this is the increased patient satisfaction. But if the patient only meet one person, maybe the nurse, and then the patient asks about the medication, the nurse said, "Oh, that is not my job to explain about the medication. You can," and then I didn't know much about the medication, so the patient will disappointed. Yeah. Okay, and this is we also can decrease the cost. Yeah, we don't have to stay for a long time. Yeah, long hours to meet our patients. Yeah, but we can work together with the nurse. The nurse can take the data of the patients, can write the data in the medical record, and then we just see, we just learn the data from the medical record. Yeah, so we, of course, this is the decrease of the cost. And then the reducing error, especially in the emergency department, increase provider satisfaction. Yeah, the provider means might be the hospital work with the national health insurance. Yeah, so if we work more efficient, the medication is also efficient, and then the length of stay of the patient also minimized. Yeah. So that is, of course, increase the provider satisfaction, because no, for example, here is national health insurance, yeah, because no additional cost to pay to the hospital. And then each of the health professional can acknowledge, yeah, can recognize the role of the workforce, and then restoring joy and meaning to the practice. Yeah, so we can know each other, we can recognize each other, and then we can keep in mind that, oh, this is his part as a doctor, and this is his her part as the nurse, and this is my part. Yeah, we can restore that, and then we can make a meaning. We can get the meaning of the practice together. Yeah. And then how about the quality of the healthcare? So this is the meaning or the composition, yeah, maybe the quality of the healthcare. The quality of the healthcare is the first one is talking about the safe, yeah. The safe is avoiding injuries to the patient. So we have to thinking about the adverse drug reaction, adverse event. Yeah, we have to avoid that happen to the patients, to our patient. And then we also thinking about the effective. Yeah, effective means providing the services based on the scientific knowledge. So which one is better? Yeah, based on the critical appraisal of the article which the pharmacist or the medical doctor learn. Yeah, and then we also think about the patient center. Yeah, the patient center. Patient center means providing the care that is respectful of and responsive to individual patient preference, needs, and value. Yeah, if we are talking about the patient center, so we have to, so don't forget about to respect. Give a respect to the patient preference. Yeah, don't push, jangan memaksa bahasa Indonesianya. Don't push the patients. You have to drink this medication. That medication is not good because it's more, yeah, cheap maybe. Yeah, that is not a good reason. And then the patient and finally think that, oh, okay, the pharmacist said that this is not good, so I have to take the expensive one. That is the pharmacist side. So you push the patient to do that is not a respect. You didn't give a respect to the patient. Yeah. So please, if you're thinking about the patient center, you have to also think about the respectful of their needs and values. How about their needs? Yeah, for example, because we are most of us is Muslim, yeah, and then we also meet the patient with the fasting, Daud fasting, ya, puasa Daud, ya. You maybe you ever heard? I'm sure you ever heard about the puasa Daud, and then you ask the patients to think the antibiotic to take the antibiotic 3 times a day regularly for 7 days, for example. Then the patient said, I can take this medicine because regularly because I have a puasa Daud. Yeah. So you don't have to be angry to the patient. Yeah, just sit down and then thinking about their preference, thinking about their needs. Okay, then let us discuss about how you can take your medication, but you also can do the puasa Daud. Yeah, so that's the patient needs meaning. Yeah, so thinking about that. And then values. What is the patient values? Yeah, for example, the patient have a perception and I want to go to the hospital with the halal, yeah, halal with the halal sticker, for example. And then I want to take the medicine with the halal sticker from LP Pok Mui. Yeah, so that's his or her values. So you have to also think about it, which one is the drug with the halal value, halal sticker. Yeah, for example, insulin. Yeah, so we have to think about that. Not only give this is the most effective, this is the expensive one, this is the cheap one. Not only said think about that. Yeah, and then timely. Yeah, we have so we can reduce the waits and sometimes harmful delays. Yeah, because if the patient come to the pharmacist in a hospital, then they saw that is a very long queue, yeah, for waiting for the drug. So they think about desperate, yeah. Why I have to do the long queue, yeah. So this is we have to think about the quality of healthcare from the efficiency of the management. And then we talk about the effective, we also talk about the efficient, yeah, avoiding waste, and then the equitable, providing care that doesn't vary in quality because of personal characteristic. Yeah, because maybe you also have an experience. I want to see the pharmacist, Mbak Nailil. I don't want to see the other pharmacist because Mbak Nailil is very warmful to me. Yeah, she has a lot of time to discussion, yeah, with the patient. So I want to talk with Mbak Naili as the pharmacist. I don't want to see another pharmacist. Yeah, that is for only for example. Yeah, so please, giving the care is also not vary based on the personal characteristics. Yeah, and so problems commonly and when establishing the interprofessional practice. Mostly is because the lack of understanding for each other roles. Yeah, so maybe the nurse didn't understand about the pharmacist role. Yeah, so sometimes the nurse talking about the antibiotic to the patients, or maybe the pharmacist didn't understand about the medical doctor role. So the pharmacist talking about the diagnosis, yeah, for the communicable diseases, for example. So this is the lack of understanding for each other roles. The different expectation or understanding. Yeah. So this about the expectation or understanding of each role of the team. So we have to sit down together. We have to sit together. We have to discuss with other team, yeah, team members, and then talking what will you do, what I have to do, what she wants to do. Yeah. So we have to do something like that. And then the lack of experience in working as a team. This is not only about the interprofessional education. This is on especially working as a team is even we are working now as a mother, yeah, even we are now as a mother, and one of you as a father, it also need a teamwork. Yeah, so this is not only about the interprofessional education. If you already have a family, so you also can do the teamwork, and the teamwork must be built. Teamwork skill must be started from the education level, from the first level of the student, from the first year. Yeah, you have to start. We have to start to develop our teamwork skill. And then the communication barriers. Yeah, the communication barriers, it can be happened if you're working in the remote area. Yeah, the remote area, you need to use a boat to reach the community. Yeah, so that is so very difficult because sometimes I also learn from other health professional that they have to go to the particular place to get a signal of internet, yeah, to access the information or to call the pharmacist or to call the nurse, yeah. So that is something related with the communication barrier. Okay. And then the professional boundaries or prestige or regulation and priority. So this is about the rule, yeah. So we have to make sure that there must be a rule, might be undang-undang or peraturan pemerintah, ya, regulatory rule, which also mention about the interprofessional education. So we know our obligation, our hak dan kewajiban, ya, for example, as the interprofessional head. Yeah, so this is what Mas Arman already mentioned, yeah, that at the end with conducting the collaborative practice, so at the end we want to improve the health outcomes. Yeah, of course, this is start with what is the local health needs, where you work, at the remote area, at the puskesmas, or maybe at the apothec, yeah, at the rural area or urban area. Yeah. So we have to identify where or the area we work. And then we also recognize the health system. Yeah, I think in Indonesia already better now because we already know about the fasilitas kesehatan tingkat pertama, ya, the primary health care, and then there will be the referral hospital, ya, rumah sakit rujukan tingkat daerah, rumah sakit rujukan tingkat provinsi, ya. It is already better, ya, than maybe 20 years ago. Yeah, so if you want to go to the referral hospital, then you have to start from the first facility of the healthcare. And then the interprofessional education must be built, yeah, based on the health system fragmented. So if we are working in the puskesmas, what kind interprofessional education we need? Yeah, if we are working in the hospital or maybe in the apothecary, yeah. So what can we do in the different area of the health system? Yeah, and then if we are already have an experience with the interprofessional education in the different system, and then we can do it better in the collaborative practice. Yeah, so we can do it better in the every health system. Yeah, and then finally we can strengthen the health system and we can improve the health outcomes. Yeah, so we already start with the what is the local needs. Yeah, we have to identify about that, and after that we can reach the our objective, improve the health outcome. And this is the benefits of interprofessional practice. Yeah, we already see the practice. First is about the greater continuity of care. Yeah, less fragmented services. Yeah, and then better access to the service and shorter waiting times. Collaborative decision making with patients and families. So when we want to make a decision related with the what we have to do with the patient, we can talk, discuss with other health professional and also patient and the family. And the better patient outcome, safety and satisfaction, more appropriate referrals, ya, rumah sakit rujukannya lebih tepat, improve safety and quality in healthcare delivery, increase level of critical thinking among health professionals. Yeah, so this is automatically, yeah, we can learn about others, so we can think critically about the other health professional. So we also can have higher levels of well-being, yeah, well-being among staff, greater retention, yeah. It means that we can work together, then kita lebih betah di tempat kita bekerja, ya, karena the environment of work can support our career. We can have a better communication, we can avoid the duplicity of services or redundancy, and also reduce the hospital admission. Why IP is important to the pharmacy? Because clinical pharmacy can always do the pharmaceutical care, and it's all about the interprofessional practice concept, where the pharmacy wants to have a firm place in the healthcare team. Yeah, so we don't need to run away from the healthcare team, or maybe you are not self-confident. I'm not self-confident. I don't have a self-confidence to meet the doctor or the nurse yet, and then you run away from the team. No, that's not good. Yeah, so we have a firm place. Yeah, before the IPE, pharmacy has to fight alone. Yeah, in this battle, so it's difficult. You have to think everything alone about the medication. Yeah, but with the IPE, you can discuss together with your colleagues. Yeah. And also we have an opportunity to establish strong collaboration with other health professionals, provide a new learning dimension that pharmacy tends to lack, yeah, because sometimes about the medication, about the procedure of diagnostic, procedure of the treatment, the doctor can learn a step forward than us, yeah, but yeah, so we can learn each other, then you can learn from the doctor, yeah, and then you can search literature to make a comparison, and then provide opportunity for students to learn from different yet complementary peers, yeah, and open up the door for pharmacy to step into the team and to showcase pharmacy's role in the health system. Yeah, so that is very important. The objective of the IP is preparing the professional collaboration with other health professionals for the better quality of care and increase the IPE competency and teamwork skill to increase competency and skill. So this is the core competency of the IPE. First one is ethic. Yeah, ethic is about to respect and value sharing. Yeah. Respect of other health professional, and also we have a value for sharing, yeah, our knowledge to other health professional, respect and sharing, yeah. Role and the second one is role and responsibility, which we have to understand others' role and responsibility, And then the third one is interprofessional communication for supporting the teamwork. And then the last one, the last competency is the teamwork, which is very important for building the relationship. So we have 4 core competencies for interprofessional education. And this is what we have to do. I think this is related with the faculty staff. Yeah, so we have to get started. Yeah, in the Muslim we usually we call it kita punya niat dulu gitu ya. We have wants, yeah, willingness to get the start, and then we have to make a definition, values, and principles of the IPE. We have to introduce to our other colleagues, yeah, and then we have to formulate the outcomes for the activities. For example, I want to arrange the IPE activities with the outcome is poster presentation, or maybe with the outcome with the discussion, maybe presentation. So what is actually the outcomes which you want to produce with the IPE activities? And then we have to decide the faculties and select the students. Yeah, but actually because IPE is mandatory, so we cannot select the students. Yeah, maybe the select the student means this is the first year of students, or maybe the last year, or maybe the third year. Yeah, and then we have to select the topic. Yeah. The topic will be more interesting if the topic is the current topic. Yeah, for example, now the topic is about COVID-19 vaccination is still booming. Yeah, but we can learn about the others. And then we have to design the case and activities for IPE, and then to determine the level of stage. Yeah, and then to facilitate the learning. So this is a very important for the faculty staff. After the IPA activities, we have to ask the students to give their feedbacks, and then we evaluate the process, and then we can share the experience of the IPA activities. Yeah, when we share the IPA activities to other faculties or other departments, then we can find another suggestion or opinions to make the IPA activities better. And then we are going to talk about the stereotype. Yeah, there are 2 stereotypes actually. The first one is auto stereotype, and then the second one is a hetero stereotype. So what is the meaning of a stereotype? Stereotype is the perception. Yeah, or auto stereotype is the perception of the pharmacy student or maybe the nurse students about their own professions. Yeah, so for example, I as the pharmacist thinking about my profession. Yeah, so that is the auto stereotype. The nursing students thinking about the nurse profession. The medical doctor students thinking about the medical doctor profession. So that is the auto stereotype. Yeah, or in bahasa Indonesia, Anda memikirkan profesi Anda sendiri seperti apa, persepsi Anda terhadap apoteker. Yeah. And how about the hetero stereotype? Hetero stereotype is thinking or have an assumption, have a perception about the other professionals. Yeah. For example, you are as the pharmacy student, then you're thinking about the nursing student role and responsibility, or medical doctor role and responsibility. Yeah, so that is the hetero stereotype. And a little bit about the finding, yeah, of our study about the stereotype and hetero stereotype when they are conducted the interprofessional education. Actually, this is interprofessional education between the pharmacy student and the nurse students. Yeah, this is the perception of the pharmacy students when they want to do the interprofessional education, yeah, with the nurse students. This is the core competencies, yeah. There are academic ability, professional competence, interprofessional skill, leadership, work independently, etc. yeah, and then the summary score, the total score of some competencies, yeah, and the pharmacy student think that their profession is higher, has higher competencies than nursing students. Yeah, so this is not good. Yeah, this is not good because you think that you are higher, do you have higher competencies than other students, especially from other department or other faculties. But this is from the nursing student. The nursing students have a perception that they are similar. Pharmacy and students are similar. So this is better. So why pharmacy thinking about this? Why pharmacy students thinking like this? Ya, atau dalam bahasa Indonesianya, mengapa Anda berpikir Anda lebih tinggi daripada perawat? Meaning, well, the nurse thinking that you are similar, you have a similar competency. Yeah, so this is not good. If this result happen in the last years, for example, in the apothecary level, so it can be seen when you do the practice. Yeah, when you do the practice, you also have this perception to your to the nurse. Yeah, so the benefit if the interprofessional education conducted in the first year or the early exposure, if you have something like this, then you still can fix that during in the education level. Yeah, I hope you can understand about this. Yeah, and then this is a different perspective. Yeah, we can see here the baseline stereotype of pharmacists. Yeah, from the pharmacist perspective, this is the pharmacist thinking about the first year and the second year of pharmacies. Yeah, in general, the first year and second year of pharmacies has a similar competency only in the some skills. The second year pharmacy student have a higher competencies. Yeah, for example, academic ability, professional competence. Yeah, but the nurse have a perception or have an assumption that the second year of pharmacy student always has a higher competencies than the first year of the pharmacy student, and this is logical. Yeah, this is logical. And how about the from the nurse perspective here? The nurse perspective thinking about the nurse student, they are similar. Yeah, the junior and the senior nursing student are similar. Yeah, but this is also very weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, because the junior nursing, the nurse thinking that the junior nursing student have a higher competencies than the senior nursing student. So what happened? Yeah, what happened with this situation? So for the faculty staff, yeah, Mbak Nelly and her colleagues, if you see this one and this one is happened to the pharmacy student, then you can fix that. Yeah, in the second year, the third year, the last year, you can fix this one if you conducted this one in the early year. Yeah, so this is the benefit of the interprofessional education if you conduct it in the early years. And what kind of the activities of interprofessional education? So we have an experience from the University of Sydney. Then there will be 3 activities in general. The first one is to introduce about the knowledge. This is about the definition of IPE. And then the second level is to stimulate. And then the last level is to practice. Yeah, and this is the detail when we want to conduct the APE only in the knowledge level, and then we do the lecture, yeah, only the lecture, something like this, yeah, without discussion, without interaction, yeah. And this is important to be conducted in the early year for the first year maybe, and then yeah, you can define by yourself how long the lecture will be conducted. Yeah, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours. It depends on your objective and your design. And the second level or the advanced level is about the stimulation. So maybe in the third year students, yeah, or last year students, you can give the case, yeah. You can give the stimulation for the student by giving the case or giving the project, and then the students from the pharmacy, from the medical faculty, from the nursing, or maybe from physiotherapy department work together to solve this case. Yeah, so this is in the advanced level. And then the last level is in the practice. So we hope that we can do it in the PKPA level, yeah, or if we in the medical, the school of medical of in the faculty of medical during the COAS. Yeah, we can do that during the COAS. Yeah. So what kind of competencies which we have to reach in every level? In the early exposure or the first level, the knowledge level, we can make sure that the student have a better communication with other students from the other faculties, yeah. And then respectful, yeah, to respect their role and responsibilities, yeah, and then the teamwork. So this is the important things that should be reached in the first year of the IPE. And then in the advanced level, so the student have to starting understand about the role and responsibility of other health professionals. And then we also discuss about the case, yeah. So we start to understand the body of knowledge of the school of medical, the body of knowledge of the nursing faculty, yeah, the body of knowledge of the pharmacy, yeah. So we can recognize each other what actually body of knowledge in the pharmacy, nursing, physiotherapy, and also the medical faculty. And then we have also competency of problem solving, yeah, by discussing a problem. And in the top level, maybe in the practice level in PKPA or COAS, we can do the problem-based learning. Yeah, you can see the patient, and then you can discuss about the patient condition, the better treatment, the monitoring with the medical students. Yeah, this is an example what is actually already done in the Faculty of Pharmacy, UAD. We using the virtual simulator screen, yeah, and then we invite the medical doctor because we don't have the nursing faculty, so we only work with the medical doctor, and sometimes if we have a community case, we invite also the Faculty of Public Health. Yeah, so it's depend on the case and the activities. In this case, we only invite the medical doctor students, and then we do the case together, yeah, with the pharmacy and the medical doctor, and then there we have a presentation. So you can start this one in the advanced level, maybe in the third year or the fourth year. Yeah. This is the self-assessment. Yeah, the self-assessment of the student before and after starting the interprofessional education. This is the formal questionnaire which produced or published by ICSES, yeah, Interprofessional Collaborative Competencies Attainment Survey. So by filling in this questionnaire, then we can identify the core competencies, yeah, which were grouped into the communication, collaboration, role and responsibility, collaborative work, conflict management, and team functioning. Yeah, we hope that there will be a differences before and after the interprofessional education. Of course, we hope that after interprofessional education, the score will be higher. Yeah, will be higher, and then the competency is also not heterostereotype anymore or not auto stereotype anymore. Yeah, so this is a balance. Yeah, a good composition among hetero and auto stereotype. And then maybe this is the last part, yeah, from our presentation, the experience from other countries. I checked this presentation from the WHO, the IPE of the School of Pharmacy from other countries. The first is in the Australia, yeah. They involve the students in medicine, nursing, occupational therapy, yeah, physiotherapy, and then pharmacy, yeah. So they involve these students, yeah. They put the interprofessional education in the curriculum, yeah, and then it was developed and implemented with students from medicine, nursing, etc. And this is an effective step, yeah, for advancing the interprofessional among students. And it was hoped that the skills and understanding that the students develop in the curriculum will be adapted into their future practice, yeah, into their future practice when they're working in the team as a qualified practitioners. And then we also can learn from China. It is only involve the medicine, nursing, and pharmacies. They give the case study. Yeah, the case study describe the clinical activities in the areas of anticoagulant and antimicrobial stewardship. Yeah, so this is already specific topic. Yeah, it's about anticoagulant and antimicrobial, and with the more specific students, medicine, nursing, and pharmacy. And in Kenya, African, yeah, they use they directly practice at the hospital. Yeah, in the model, peer educators are responsible for providing care at various points during the patient hospital stay and beyond. So they involve community health workers, yeah, because they have this department, yeah, medicine, nursing, and pharmacy, and they use peer educators, preceptor kalau di sini they use preceptor. Yeah, so they put they go to the wards, inpatient wards, ya, mereka ke Bangsal, ya, and then they give counseling, ya, to the HIV patient and also the pre and post test counseling, and then they identify the knowledge, ya. After the pre-test, they identify the knowledge of the HIV patient. Then, if they get already the result of the pre-test, they give the intervention, yeah, to the patient, HIV patient, with the objective to increase the patient knowledge. Yeah. So Kenya, I have a better, yeah, they conducted the interprofessional education of pharmacy directly in the inpatient ward, especially related to the HIV patient. Lebanon, yeah, Lebanon involved medicine, nursing, nutrition, pharmacy, and social workers. They have these departments, yeah, social workers, but it is not common in Indonesia, or it is not available maybe. Yeah, so they develop specific program. Yeah, they develop the IPE program. Yeah, and then they prepare the Lebanon something health professional graduates. Yeah, and they put it in the curriculum. Yeah, and they give the case. And how about Malaysia? Yeah, Malaysia here healthcare professional involve allied health. Yeah, jadi bidang kesehatan terkait, audiology, speech therapy, yeah, so this is different from other country, dentistry, medical imaging, yeah, medical imaging, medicine, doctor, yeah, nursing, and also the pharmacies. And this is about they put it as the co-curricular module. Yeah, so this is they are not put in the curriculum, but they build the IPE activities as the co-curricular module. Yeah, this project was so successful, yeah, for the first time, but we have to be careful because we have to maintain this program, since this program is not engaged in the curriculum. Yeah, so we have to be careful. This is only a co-curricular. Yeah. How about the Philippines? Philippines involve the medicine, nursing, pharmacy, and also the social work. And they send to the students to the community. Yeah, they send the students to the community. 6 holiday session. Yeah, so the student have a 6 day to visit the community, the patient house. Yeah, and then they for the first time they give a lecture, and then they go to the community, they try to analyze the situation, yeah, they identify the problems, and then they solve the problems, yeah. For example, I ever send my staff, yeah, to this activity, yeah, they work in this activity as well in the Philippines, and they identify the problem of the community in Philippines is they didn't have you call it toilet, yeah, the good toilet. Jadi jamban yang bagus, jamban yang bersih itu mereka masih jelek. So they made it as the problem, and then because they work not only with the medicine, nursing, they also work with the engineering faculty. So the engineering faculty students arrange the toilet, yeah, which is appropriate, and also for the geriatric people, they make a specific toilet, yeah, because it's different toilet from the geriatric and also from the other populations. And how about the United Kingdom? Yeah. United Kingdom, they only involve the pharmacy and physiotherapy. Yeah. So this is in a curriculum. Yeah, engaged in the undergraduate pharmacy curriculum, and then they also give feedback from the student. Yeah, more than 60% of the students think that the IPL conference provide valuable experience for the future practice, and then the 70% left with a greater understanding of other professional and their contribution to patient care. Yes. So this is a very significant meaning for the students. And this is some ideas, yeah, about what can we do with the pharmacy students actually for interprofessional education. So I collected this idea from the preceptor perspective, yeah, preceptor experience. We can do the home care service. Yeah, this is from the preceptor in the puskesmas. Yeah. When the pharmacy students come to the home, a patient home, and they are together to the home care service with the dietitians, yeah, with the medical, nursing, and also psychologists. Usually, the pharmacy students will find a lot of medication kept in the medical box, yeah, especially from the geriatric patient, mostly vitamin, anti-hypertension, anti-diabetes with the particular ED, ya, the limit of particular ED, tanggal kadaluarsanya sudah lewat gitu ya. This is a problem because maybe one of the kid can found it and also can think that, oh, this is something that I can make to play cooking, ya. Jadi, and then maybe they can give it to their friends or to the animal, yeah. So we don't know about the kids thinking about the medication. So this is what's already found by the pharmacists with the in the home care service. Actually, first is about the many medication at the house, yeah, and then they also keep the medication not in the proper condition. Yeah, just put it, yeah, not in the particular box. And then in the puskesmas also, or maybe in the clinic, or maybe in the hospital, we can do the drug utilization review with the medical and nursing with the specific or particular topics, for example, diabetes mellitus, hypertension, or maybe acute renal failure, yeah, chronic renal disease, yeah, something like that. And then we can also doing the health promotion for the community. Usually the pharmacy work with the public health. Yeah, this is also the experience from UAD. We conducted many health promotion with the students from the public health faculty. And then we can also ask the medical students and nursing students. And then we are in the pharmaceutical industry. What can we do then? Yeah, If we work in the pharmaceutical industry, then the students can doing something related with research and development, yeah, with the engineering, maybe with design the technical of production, yeah, or chemical, yeah, which is related with the waste or the raw material, yeah, the quality of raw material, and also the students from biology to define the microbiology test, yeah, to test the quality of the product maybe. Yeah, also with the pharmacy, still in the pharmaceutical industry, in the production of the pharmacy part, yeah, the pharmacy can work with the engineering, especially with the design of the machine, yeah, tablet machine, or maybe other machine for the production. Yeah, this is the last part. I don't know about the time. Is it how many time?
Still have a time, Professor Dia.
Okay, so we can still have a discussion, right? For the conclusion, improvement of healthcare can be done through the implementation of interprofessional education. Yeah, so this is the main thing or the key message of our my talk today. Yeah. So if you didn't understand or you didn't do the interprofessional in the education level, so we cannot define, yeah, we cannot assure that you can do the healthcare better, yeah, because the IPE is very important to support the interprofessional collaboration. And then the IPE movement is one of the best opportunities to push the pharmacy profession forward. Yeah, so because if we work with other health profession, yeah, for example, we work with the medical students or nursing students, then we feel that we have to prepare everything better. Yeah, if we have a case, then oh, I have to learn more about this medication, about the mechanism of action, the pharmacology mechanism of this medication, because my friend from the medical faculty maybe didn't understand about the pharmacological mechanism. So I have to explain more detail, yeah, about the pharmacological, or maybe about the interaction, or maybe about the explanation why I have to take this medicine at the night, at the morning, half an hour before meal. Yeah, so you have to explain more, yeah, to the other students. So we automatically have a better preparation. Yeah. Start small to gain, okay, oh, this one. Various barriers exist when trying to implement the IPE, yeah, of course, but we don't have to be afraid about the barriers, yeah. Everywhere will be the barriers, yeah. I also face the barriers, so we don't have to worry about this. And then start small to gain success and experience and be ready to scale up. So start with a small group, maybe Mbak Nailis, yeah, and the college, yeah, small group only might be the pilot projects, yeah, with other faculties, yeah. And if you success with this pilot project, yeah, you make a report, you make a presentation to the dean maybe, and then we can scaling up. Yeah, oh, this is only pilot project, and we can scaling up to gain with other students. Yeah, that is the last of my presentation, the final of my presentation, and thank you very much, Mbak Nailil and my colleagues from UMM for the opportunity. And I hope this presentation will give us a little bit perspective for the students that IPE is very important. Then you have to face this reality that you have to do the IPE since in the education level. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Professor Diah Aryani Karvitasari for the speech about the interprofessional education. So as I note, I have some notes about Professor Diah talk. It's about ITE, about the teamwork, the teamwork, and also what is the benefit of the ITE, such as the improving patient outcome, and also Praftia also explained about the problems that we may face in the interprofessional education. And as some information, Professor Tia, in UMM, uh, starting from maybe 2016 or 15, we already have the ITE in the semester 7. So there is some collaboration with the medical student and also nursing and also the physiotherapist, because we have the physiotherapy here. And so I believe the student, all of the student will have so many questions to Professor Dia, because the student already have the experience about the IPA. So maybe there is some problem or other question. Please welcome. You can raise your hand or you can ask the question to Professor Dia. Okay. Now we come to the question and answer session. If there is anyone has any question, please don't forget to mention your name. Okay, please. Any
I'm sorry,
question?
ma'am. I'm from Farmasi 2018. I'm Berliana. I want to ask some question for Budia. Yes. Thank you before. Is it fine if I use Indonesian language, Bu?
Yeah, it's fine. It's better for me too.
Baik, Bu. Sebelumnya mohon maaf, Bu, saya tidak bisa on kamera karena laptop saya kameranya sedang rusak, Bu.
Ya, nggak apa-apa, Mbak.
Nggih, baik, Bu,
Profesor
di
Wu
sini.
masih, enggak toh. Sudah nggak ada yang harus dibahasa Inggris kan ini, Mbak. Iya. Oke.
Baik, Bu.
Iya.
Saya memiliki pertanyaan, Bu. Bagaimanakah kita bisa berkomunikasi dengan baik kepada profesi lain? Contohnya ketika misal dokter memberikan resep kepada pasien, tetapi kami sebagai apoteker itu memiliki persepsi atau pendapat lain mengenai resep tersebut. Nah, bagaimanakah kita bisa mengkomunikasikan pendapat dan saran kami tanpa membuat beliau-beliau ini merasa seperti diremehkan seperti itu, Bu, dan dapat menerima saran dari kami. Karena saya rasa setiap individu, tentunya profesi memiliki ego masing-masing yang berusaha untuk tetap dipegang seperti itu.
Ya, itu yang tadi
Sampun, Bu, pertanyaan dari
heterosentris
saya.
ya. Yang
Oke.
terima kasih, Mbak Anggun. Ya. What should I answer in of language, Mbak? Bahasa or English?
Indonesia saja, Bu.
Oke, ya baik. Terima kasih Mbak Anggun ya, pertanyaannya bagus sekali nih Mbak Anggun. 2018 ya, artinya masih semester berapa Mbak Anggun sekarang ya?
Alhamdulillah semester 7, Ibu.
Semester 7, oke. Nah, sebenarnya untuk kita berkomunikasi kepada kolega kita ya, terutama dokter itu memang ada cara-cara tersendiri Mbak Anggun. Jadi kita tidak sejak awal itu adalah kita paham peran dan tanggung jawab kita ya, bahwa ini adalah tentang obat gitu ya, dan obat ini adalah bagian saya sebagai orang yang paling, atau apoteker sebagai orang yang paling memahami tentang obat ya. Paling ini harus ini, jadi kita nanti akan serius kalau paling ini dipegang gitu ya. Nah, kita tidak usah terlalu memaksa ini harus diterima oleh dokter. Itu yang tadi saya respectful ya, respectful value of sharing itu kan nilai-nilai etik ya, nilai-nilai etik itu adalah respectful value of sharing. Jadi udah kita sharing aja, Dok. Mohon maaf ini dari apoteker, Dok, ini obat yang seperti ini. Tadi pasiennya mengatakan kalau dia ada alergi misalnya ya. Sementara ini obatnya ini termasuk dalam kategori ini gitu ya, yang dialergi oleh pasien. Bagaimana ya, Dok? Nah, terus udah nggak apa-apa, sudah dites tidak masalah kok gitu. Nah, Anda dokumentasikan gitu. Oh gitu dok, atau gimana ya dok, misalnya kita monitor sehari 2 hari gitu. Kalau misalnya tidak ada masalah ya berarti kita bisa bisa jalan gitu ya. Banyak alternatif Mbak Anggun ya, seperti personalized medicine itu ketika kita akan menerapkan personalized medicine ya, apakah semuanya akan ketika tidak ada gen ya Mbak Nailil ya, ketika belum ada zaman gen orang tuh kan coba-coba toh Mbak ya enggak, coba dikasih ini, wah ternyata muncul alergi ya, baru diganti. Ya, jadi seandainya dokter itu sudah diberi masukan dengan bahasa kita yang baik, kita niatnya sudah sharing, memberi informasi, kemudian dokter mungkin tidak bisa menerima karena punya pendapat sendiri ya, ya sudah, kita hargai, tapi kita ada ada early warning system. Kita buat seperti itu, yaitu apa? Yaitu kita monitoring pasien. Kalau ibu nanti minum obat ini satu, kemudian muncul bintik-bintik atau mual muntah, tolong ibu segera hubungi kami. Nah, itu warningnya seperti itu. Ya, jadi jangan terus nggak diterima, besok lagi males ngomong sama dokternya gitu. Wah, jangan, itu mental ya, mental katanya anak zaman sekarang. Wah, mental gitu kan ya bahasanya. Jangan seperti itu. Pokoknya kita niatnya adalah kita memberi informasi, sharing, memberi pendapat. Kalau misalnya itu tidak digunakan, ya sudah kita gunakan second warning sistemnya gitu. Ya, kalau kita berpikirnya seperti itu akan enak, Mbak Anggun ya. Nah, suatu saat Anda monitor ke pasien, besok pasiennya telepon, Bu ini muncul bintik-bintik merah. Nah, bilanglah ke dokternya, ya, disampaikan, nggak usah kayak gini. Dok, bener kan dok? Gitu. Jangan seperti itu ya. Bener kan dok, beneran nih pasiennya gatal, dokter sih tak kasih tahu, nggak percaya. Misalnya nggak usah pakai ambel-ambel seperti itu gitu ya. Ya kalau dokternya suami sendiri sih nggak apa-apa gitu, atau istri sendiri, tapi kalau itu other profession ya kita tetap profesional aja. Dok, mohon maaf ini pasien yang kemarin saya konsultan ternyata minum satu udah bintik-bintik dok, gimana? Udah tuh ya, jadi selesai pekerjaan kita ya. Jadi tidak usah ada unsur harus diterima. Kalau buka jurnal pharmacist intervention pada drug related problem tuh Mbak, yang tadi dipresentasikan Prof. ya, mungkin Mbak Naili juga tahu pengalaman di Taiwan seperti apa, itu mesti ada persentase diterima atau tidak ya nggak Mbak Naili ya, persen intervensi diterima atau tidak itu mesti ada. Jadi memang ada yang diterima, ada yang tidak, ya sudah, kalau tidak terus apa yang kita lakukan, monitor gitu ya. Itu Mbak Anggun. Jadi ini memang ilmu humaniora itu kadang harus nempel ke farmasi juga. Kelemahannya kadang-kadang ya Mbak Nailil, sama juga di tempat saya dan di fakultas farmasi yang lain, ilmu humaniora itu lupa kita tanamkan ke mahasiswa kita sejak awal. Mungkin masuk lab terus masuk lab gitu ya, nanti tahu-tahu di semester atas baru misalnya ketemu IPE gitu ya Mbak ya, atau ketemu mata kuliah farmakoterapi misalnya baru di semester atas lah, kagetlah kita. Sejak awal kita tidak pernah ditanamkan dengan ilmu-ilmu humaniora, respectful, komunikasi seperti itu. Begitu Mbak Anggun ya.
Nggih, baik Bu. Jadi pada intinya memang tidak memaksakan kehendak, tapi sharing ngoten nggih Bu nggih.
Nggih.
Ya, baik Bu. Terima kasih banyak Bu Dia.
Nggih, sami-sami Mbak Anggun.
Thank you, Fatia. Untuk yang selanjutnya, tidak apa-apa kalau pertanyaan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Ini masih ada sedikit waktu untuk adik-adik kalau mau bertanya. Monggo.
Sudah adzan di sana ya Mbak?
Nggih.
Nah, di sini sebentar lagi berarti 11.30.
Sedikit ya. Baik, ini ada beberapa pertanyaan yang masuk di YouTube ya. Karena selain di Zoom ada juga yang di YouTube. Dari YouTube ini ada 2 pertanyaan yang saya kira mungkin hampir sama dan bisa digabungkan. Sebenarnya hampir mirip dengan pertanyaan dari Mbak Agung. Jadi, as a pharmacist, what tips or tricks that can we do for standing our statement in IPE if we coordinate with others? Sometimes we get a misunderstanding. Mungkin tips dan trik
ya.
hampir mirip sebetulnya.
Ya, supaya tidak salah komunikasi sebenarnya itu kan ya Mbak ya tadi ya. Jadi ya intinya itu memang kita memahami peran dan tanggung jawab masing-masing gitu. Misalnya kita itu ada dalam satu tim, itu aja yang ada dalam pikiran kita, kemudian mana yang menjadi bagian pekerjaan dari kita, dari perawat dan juga dari dokter gitu. Jadi jangan sampai ketika nanti Anda ngomong dengan dokter, bicara dengan dokter, nanti membicarakan diagnosanya kan salah dok, nah itu enggak, atau nursing itu ini gimana toh lukanya nggak bersih-bersih, saya ini nggak bersihnya, luka diabetesnya nggak bersih, ini karena apa ya Bu gitu, antibiotiknya nantinya jadinya nggak, jangan sampai seperti itu. Jadi kita tetap aja perform memang sesuai tugas dan tanggung jawab apa obat farmasi itu gitu ya. Kemudian sifat saya sebenarnya punya alumni juga di satu rumah sakit Mbak Nailul yang memang sering curhat sama saya, Bu, kalau dokter itu caranya seperti ini, saya tuh mentalnya udah dari dulu jatuh, jadi kadang-kadang misalnya dia tanya sudah dengan bahasa sopan tapi masih dibentak gitu. Bahasa WA memang seperti itu, saya bilang kayak gitu, maka janganlah pakai WA, kalau sebisa mungkin telepon yang bagus, yang baik kan ya, saya bilangnya seperti itu, karena kita nggak ngerti WA itu sebenarnya intonasinya ngomongnya gimana sih gitu. Apakah intonasinya halus atau apalagi kalau nggak pakai emoticon ya. Kalau pakai emoticon kita tahu oh dia ngomong sambil tersenyum, oh dia ngomong sambil apa gitu. Kalau nggak pakai emoticon misalnya saya gitu kadang saya nggak suka pakai emoticon, jadi orang kan ngomong kayaknya nih orang serius banget gitu ya, padahal mungkin saya ngomong intonasinya sambil gimana gitu. Jadi kita memang perlu menggunakan bahasa komunikasi yang kalau sekiranya itu memancing kesalahpahaman, gunakan bahasa yang alat komunikasi yang baik gitu. Nah, jadi kuncinya di situ, alat komunikasi yang baik kalau memang itu akan memicu kesalahpahaman. Kemudian yaitu memahami peran dan tanggung jawabnya masing-masing. Sudah terjawab belum ya Mbak Nailul ya?
Saya kira sampai. Baik, karena waktu yang juga sudah sampai kita pada penghujung acara. Jadi apa yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Dia, utamanya beliau adalah senior yang juga di Apothecary yang juga berkutat tentang IPE. Ini mudah-mudahan membawa banyak pengetahuan dan tentunya apa yang harus kita lakukan ke depan. Seperti Prof. Dia tadi sampaikan, start small, kita harus memulai dari hal yang kecil. Mudah-mudahan bisa menjadi langkah kecil untuk adik-adik ke depannya jika ada itu IPE yang lebih baik.
Ini masih ada satu pertanyaan Mbak, boleh saya
jawab?
Mas Prayogi, Mbak Prayogi ini kayaknya.
Mas Prayogi.
Satu aja ini karena jawabannya juga sebenarnya singkat ya. Kita nggak mungkin menangani semua pasien jika jumlah apotekernya kurang gitu ya. Kita prioritas ya Mas. Kita buat skala prioritas, mana pasien yang prioritas harus kita tangani. Misalnya pasien yang lansia atau mungkin pasien yang critically ill ya, critically illness gitu ya, atau pasien yang polifarmasi. Nah, kita buat atau obat-obat yang pasien yang mendapat obat-obat indeks terapi sempit. Nah, kita buat skala seperti itu, Mas Prayogi ya. Memang nggak mungkin kalau jumlah apotekernya banyak, sehingga jumlah apotekernya kurang, kita nggak mungkin mengawal semua pasien. Nah, kita untuk yang pasien dengan kondisi-kondisi khusus. Jadi itu kita buat skala prioritas. Oke, saya kira nanti Mbak Nail akan mengajarkan di mata kuliah apa itu nanti, farmasi klinik atau apa gitu. Oke, Mas Rayogi, mudah-mudahan terjawab gitu.
Baik, matur nuwun Prof. Kia. Baik, sampailah kita pada acara. Kami selaku panitia mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada Prof. Dia karena kami tahu di sela-sela kesibukan beliau yang luar biasa masih menyempatkan diri untuk menghadiri forum kita kali ini. Mudah-mudahan bisa bermanfaat untuk adik-adik sekalian. Sekali lagi, matur nuwun kami haturkan dari Malang ke Yogyakarta via online Prof. Dia.
Iya Mbak, sama-sama. Salam buat teman-teman dan adik-adik mahasiswa yang lain.
Dan saya akhiri, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya kembalikan ke MC.
Oke, saya bisa live nggih Mbak Naili, sampai ketemu lagi adik-adik mahasiswa entah di Jogja entah di mana. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Mrs. Naili Siva, Magister Science PhD, and all of the speakers today. We remind again to all beloved students to fill the attendance self-record, and congratulations for the best participants today. Nadia Puji, Zainul, Anggun Berliana, Pungki, and Prayogi. The door prize will be sent to your account by the committee. So after this event, you can contact Mr. Irsan to send your account number. Dear our beloved students, we now come to the end of this event, the International Guest Lecture in Pharmacy 2021. On behalf of the host and committee, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation to you all for your support and participation. We wish you a healthy and happy life. Once again, thank you and good afternoon. Before closing, let us say Alhamdulillah together and closing prayer of the assembly. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika. Asyhadu alla ilaha illa anta. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And for the last activity, please, we can take a picture together. So for all the students, please turn on your camera and display your face, please. If you just put your virtual background so we cannot see your face, right? So please put your face so we can take a picture together so we can see your face. Okay, there is 11 window Zoom here. Maybe Mr. Irsan, would you please help us to take a picture? Yeah, okay, are you ready? Okay, thank you. So for the first window first. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, for the second window. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Pak Irsan. Okay. For the third window. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. For the fourth window. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the fifth window. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Pak Irsan. Okay. Next, for the sixth window. 1, 2, 3. Okay. For the seventh window. 1, 2, 3. Okay. For the eighth window. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the ninth window. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the last window. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, Pak Irsan, are we done yet? Okay, the last. Okay. Okay, thank you for dear our beloved students for joining us until this afternoon. You can now leave for the Zoom because I think it's already finished for this event. And don't forget to fill your attendance so we can make the certificate according to your data. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Nelis. And thank you, Rizka and team, Bu Rizka and team. Thank you.
Thank you, Hudian, Ika.
Thank you.